Chapter 3704. Young Master Yao and Majin Tianzi's whereabouts. No, this must be fake. How could these big shots of the 36 academies take the initiative to invite Lin Ling? They must be toying with Lin Ling. Ba Shan and the rest kept comforting themselves because this was too illogical. In fact, the others were thinking the same thing. Who are you? Why do I want to drink your wine? At this time, Lin Ling also frowned and looked over. He didn't know any of the people who invited him. But as soon as he said that, Yi Luisha was stunned, Ba Shan was stunned, and even Brother Invincible was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Lin Ling actually refused? If others wanted to drink Brother Wudi's wine, they had to see if they were qualified. But Lin Ling didn't give them any face and looked at them with disdain. But if it's good wine, I can reluctantly give it a try. Of course it must be good wine. If it's bad, don't embarrass yourself. But Lin Ling was half a drunkard. When he heard the word wine, he was still a little tempted. Reluctantly? Everyone was stunned again. Ba Shan and the rest trembled, afraid that Lin Ling would anger Brother Wudi and the rest. Because Lin Ling was too arrogant. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to wine, my wine is definitely good. This is the 3000 peach blossom wine. Young Master Shocking Lightning was stunned and suddenly became wild with joy. He swept the wine on the table and strode toward Lin Ling. And this time he was toying with Lin Ling? He had personally delivered wine to his door. Yi Luisha rubbed her eyes hard and shook her head in confusion. Young Master Shocking Lightning, you're despicable. But at this time, Fei Yin also swept the wine on the table and pounced on Lin Ling. Brother Wudi was even crazier. He roared, "Everyone take out your wine, give it to me." He snatched everyone's wine and shot it at Lin Ling. In a short period of time, Lin Ling's table was filled with fine wine. There were all kinds of wine, and the fragrance of the wine was everywhere. This caused the people at the same table as Lin Ling to tremble in fear, especially the two strong cultivators from the Snow Wind Academy. At this moment, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat and they almost fainted. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still calmly tasting the wine on the table. Nothing much. A moment later, Lin Ling shook his head. Everyone in the hall was completely speechless. She had personally delivered the wine to your door, so you should at least be polite. Did you have to be so rude? Try mine. Brother Invincible immediately roared, his face filled with excitement. Only then did people realize that these experts were all standing beside Lin Ling like obedient babies. They were actually trying to curry favor with Lin Ling by continuously pouring wine for him. However, compared to their surprise, Brother Wudi and the others were extremely terrified, as if they were deeply afraid of angering Lin Ling. Looking at Lin Ling up close, they realized that Lin Ling was extremely similar to the great demon king of the Black Gold Castle. Could even be said that they were exactly the same. Such a character dared not fear the true inheritance of Miao Shen, the Duan family, the New Heavenly Court, and the Flying Dragon organization. His background was definitely not small. If they did not curry favor with such an expert, they would be stupid. It turns out that he is really strong, very strong, very strong. Defeating us is actually like a cat playing with a mouse. Ba Shan looked at Lin Ling blankly, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Because, although he had lost to Lin Ling, he had always felt that Lin Ling was only a little stronger than him. But now he realized that the gap between him and Lin Ling was too big. The few people beside him also had extremely complicated expressions at this moment. Jealousy, and unwillingness. However, when they realized that Lin Ling was like a swan in the sky, and they were like toads in the toilet, all the complicated emotions disappeared. In the end, it turned into worship. Wind Snow Academy has produced a dragon. Yi Luisha was silent for a long time before she finally spoke solemnly. Sit down, don't be so restrained. After drinking, Lin Ling gradually became easier to talk to. Brother Wudi and the others were overjoyed and then fiercely glanced at the other people at the table. Those people understood and immediately quietly made way. Of course, they did not dare to drive away the two people from Wind Snow Academy. The treatment was simply heaven and earth. This, Brother Lin Ling, that day. After sitting down, Fei Yin took the lead to speak. But halfway through his words, Brother Wudi and Prince of Shocking Lightning immediately frowned and looked at him. Fei Yin instantly reacted, laughed, and quickly punished himself by drinking 3 cups of wine. Because what he said before was the matter of the Black Gold Castle. However, the matter of the Black Gold Castle was a secret in the final world, not to mentioning it in front of Lin Ling. After all, at that time Lin Ling had killed many experts from the major academies. However, they did not know that Lin Ling did not care about this matter at all. Although he knew that if this matter was spread out, many academies would definitely want to punish him. However, this matter did not happen in the final world, so Lin Ling did not violate the rules. What was there to be afraid of? Talk about other things, talk about other things. For Brother Wudi to be able to become an overlord, naturally he was smooth and slick. After some conversation, the few of them became more and more familiar with each other. But at this moment, outside the inn, there was a burst of noise. On the street, many martial artists were walking in a direction as if they were watching a show. This also made Lin Ling stop drinking and look out with interest. What happened? I heard that 2 people are going to be executed. Brother Invincible immediately smiled and said, these 2 people violated the rules in the final world. They killed people like flies and exterminated Duke Lu's family. Therefore, the city lord of East City sentenced them to death. Brother Lin Ling, you should know that killing is not allowed in the final world. Therefore, when the death sentence was announced, many people came to watch the show. Isn't that so? You should know that in the 9 states, people dying is a common thing. The Prince of Shocking Lightning looked at the martial artists who were watching the show with disdain. Of course, when he looked at Lin Ling, his face was full of fear. Speaking of which, the person beside him was the one who killed people like flies. Oh, I wonder who is going to be executed? Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and asked casually. I think it's an expert from E-Garden. One of them is called something like Tianzi? Brother Wudi recalled, when I first came I heard others say it. Oh right, it's called Emojin Tianzi. The other one is called Yang Yao. Fei Yin hurriedly said. As soon as she said this, the wine cup in Lin Ling's hand exploded. A terrifying murderous aura, demonic aura, and ominous aura surged out like a tide. All the chairs shook and the hall swayed. It felt as if a giant was grabbing the inn and shaking it. All the wine jugs, wine cups, and even the dishes on the table were frozen by a mysterious force. This also gave everyone a huge shock. Yi Luisha and the others were extremely pale. When Lin Ling's aura erupted, they realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. As for Brother Wudi and the others who were closest to Lin Ling, they were so scared that their lips turned purple. They recalled the monster in the Black Gold Castle. Brother Lin Ling, this. Brother Wudi said incoherently. Chapter 3705. Raid the Execution Ground. No wonder young Demon Lord and Majin Tianzi didn't come. They had been captured and were about to be executed. Brother Ling. At this time Yu also shouted. Only she and Shen Yuan-Ge could call out Lin Ling. Lin Ling's terrifying aura finally retracted, but his expression also became grave and stern. Tell me, how long until they're executed? Well, it said that there are still 2 hours left. Brother Invincible and the others said nervously. Then they suddenly thought of something and their faces changed. Brother Lin Ling, you can't be thinking of robbing the execution ground, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the hall exploded. This was no small matter at the execution ground of the final world. This was because the city lords of the main cities had the command of slaughter. This was set by the gods. Just like the deans of the various great academies, they also had the command of slaughter. However, if an ordinary person were to raid the execution ground, it would be tantamount to provoking the gods and violating the rules of the main city. If he wasn't careful, Lin Ling might be convicted of a great crime, and even be beheaded. Taking a step back, E City was an extremely ancient main city. How could Lin Ling succeed in hijacking it? There were quite a number of martial gods here. Brother Lin Ling, don't be rash. Brother Wudi couldn't help but advise. He also secretly admired Lin Ling because he guessed that the 2 people who were going to be beheaded should be people that Lin Ling knew. However, Lin Ling actually dared to do such a sensational thing for these 2 friends. This showed that Lin Ling was a righteous person. They are my brothers. Lin Ling stood up. His words represented his determination. If Brother Lin Ling wants to save someone, go straight down the street and turn east at the 2nd intersection. You'll be able to see the execution ground then. Of course, you can also follow those people who are watching the show. I'm just afraid you'll be too late. Brother Invincible quickly said. Thanks. Lin Ling stepped out of the hall and left the inn. At the same time, a cold voice sounded out. Heat up the wine for me. Once the wine is heated up, I will definitely return. My brother wants to drink. His voice was bold, confident, and domineering. The hall became completely silent. Everyone's emotions were extremely complicated. This was because no one had expected Lin Ling to be so daring. Walking along the street, Lin Ling's eyes were cold and his heart was filled with doubts. According to Brother Invincible, young Master Yao and the others were beheaded because they killed the Duke's family. But that shouldn't be the case because the Yao young Master and the others were about to come to the Snow Wind Academy. There was no need for them to suddenly go and kill people. This meant that there was definitely something going on. Perhaps someone wanted to harm young Master Yao and the others. As for the people who have enmity with young Demon Master and the others, Lin Ling's first thought was Du Chou and Wu Zun. They were both students of the E-Garden and had a grudge against young Master Yao and the others. Thinking of this, Lin Ling sped up. At this moment, in the separation zone, a large number of people had gathered at the edge of the execution field, looking indifferently at the two people who were tied up. These two people were young Master Yao and the others. They were tied up with divine chains. This was a kind of boundary artifact that came from Yao Xin's true inheritance. If the boundary artifact could not be broken, unless one was a martial god, no one would be able to break free. Surrounding them were soldiers in armor. They were not weak and had reached the advanced martial ancestor realm. Young Master Yao, it must have felt good to surpass me in the past. Why are you in such a sorry state today? At this moment, a gloomy young man stood in front of young Master Yao and looked at him with a cold smile. He was Du Chou. Beside them, a burly man was playing with his fingernails. He had the aura of a Buddha. He was Wu Zun. During the previous artifact contest, Lin Ling had stolen all their treasures. Originally, they had wanted to settle the score with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had disappeared. Therefore, they vented all their anger on young Master Yao and the others. Of course, they already had a grudge against young Master Yao. After that incident, their grudge had only increased. Despicable. Young Master Yao looked at the two of them and shouted coldly. Hee hee. Seeing this, Du Chou laughed and said, kneel. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked young Master Yao's knee. Young Master Yao's strength was sealed by the divine chains and he immediately knelt on one knee. Prince Majin, although you defeated me in the battle of the ethereal tower, I'm the one who had the last laugh. Ah. Wu Zun let out a hearty laugh and kicked Grope Gold Emperor to his knees. Seeing the two of them kneeling, Du Chou and Wu Zun were satisfied. Wu Zun said calmly, what do the two of you want to say before you die? I want to kick your balls until they explode. Young Master Yao laughed and said with a shrug. Wu Zun raised his eyebrows and immediately stepped back. Kill them. He had never expected young Master Yao to be so arrogant even in death. He wanted to see how young Master Yao, who had been decapitated, could still be so arrogant. Two burly men immediately walked out, each of them holding a huge saber. On the saber there were dragons and tigers roaring. This saber had killed countless immortal emperors, and it was specially used to behead them. Hence, it was called the Emperor-Slaying Saber. It was said that this saber hid a trace of the power of the gods. What a pity. Young Master Yao said to Prince Majin. Prince Majin nodded. Yes, the God Slayer Alliance's ambition was not achieved. The ambition will eventually be achieved. Even if we die, others will achieve it. I only regret that I won't be able to witness the moment of the God Slayer Alliance's demise. Young Master Yao shook his head regretfully. Then he smiled and said, by the way, there's a secret that I've always wanted to tell you. Because you're a puppet, I always thought that you wouldn't get drunk. Therefore, when you drank last time, I poured 10 drops of 1,000 miles incense. You should know that 1,000 miles incense isn't considered alcohol, but it's stronger than alcohol. In the end, you still got drunk. This also proves that you're not a puppet, but a human. Therefore, you'll get drunk eventually. By the way, I also made a bet with Ye Shui and won a lot of money. What made people speechless was that young Master Yao was still in the mood to talk about this before his death. From another point of view, this person was free and unrestrained enough. I know, and I also know that many people in the God Slayer Alliance bet. Didn't you notice that the guy called Old Zhang won the most? Do you know why? Prince Majin said calmly. What? Young Master Yao was curious. Because I bet his money. Therefore, in order to win money, I had to get drunk even if I didn't want to. Fuck, you look so rigid. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Haha, Ye Shui and the others lost miserably. Both of them burst into laughter. The onlookers in the distance were shocked. These two were so manly. Du Chou and the others were so angry that their teeth were itching. This was because they wanted to see young Master Yao and the others cry in regret. They didn't want to see this heroic death. Du Chou, Wu Zun, I'll see you in the underworld. At this moment, young Master Yao looked at Du Chou and the others. Dream on. Chapter 3706. Brother. I can tell you that the other two leaders of our God Slayer Alliance, Lin Ling and Ye Shui, will definitely kill you. Therefore, we will be waiting for you on the road. Majin Qianzi also laughed contemptuously. Stop dreaming. Let me tell you, the next one to die is Lin Ling. Du Chou and the others were getting angrier and angrier. Finally they waved their hands heavily. The executioner immediately came to young Demon Master's side and raised the Emperor's slaying saber high up. Please be more straightforward. I heard that if you cut quickly you can see your own body. So, I want to experience that feeling too. However, young Master Yao didn't even look at the monarch's slaying saber behind him. Young Master Yao, let's be brothers again in our next lives. The Prince of Wealth, who had always been a man of few words, laughed heartily at this moment. Nonsense. These two words pierced through the 9 heavens. Whoosh. At the same time 2 sabers slashed down. But at this moment, a sword from the era of the gods came. Clang. The sword cut through 2 sabers and even the huge saber was cut in half. The other half of the saber flew out and hit the city wall far away from the battlefield. Everyone was shocked. Someone is trying to rob the execution ground? This was the first time in a million years that I Ching had encountered something like this. At this moment, a blue-robed young man slowly walked out from one direction of the execution field with a tall bodyguard. Beside him was a fist-sized evil spirit, giving off an extremely strange feeling. But this young man was fearless, as if raiding an execution ground was a very normal thing. Everyone subconsciously stepped aside, their faces filled with curiosity and surprise. And the person who came was Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling, Du Chou and Wu Zun's pupils trembled violently. As for young Master Yao and the others, they had their eyes closed the whole time. They thought that they were dead for sure, but they didn't notice the saber coming down, so they all opened their eyes. However, a familiar figure was slowly walking over. That figure was his brother. That figure was his comrade. That figure was a friend and family member. Lin Ling. Young Master Yao and Majin Tianzi shouted at the same time, tears of excitement flowing out of their eyes. Once upon a time, Lin Ling had been the weakest member of the Godslayer Alliance. However, because he had been able to set up the Godslayer formation, he had been revered by the Godslayer Alliance. However, in the final world, Lin Ling had finally risen up and exploded with power. Now, he was able to protect them and become their most powerful left and right arms. At this moment, Lin Ling and the evil spirit had already arrived in front of young Master Yao and the others. He looked at them indifferently. You too, you said that you would come to Snow Wind Academy, but you made me wait for a long time. It can't be helped. I was delayed by some matters. Sorry. Young Master Yao and Majin Tianzi laughed. Since I'm late, I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. Lin Ling nodded. 3 cups? That depends on what kind of wine it is. If it's the ancient wine that you Lin Ling brought out, then I'm afraid we'll be drunk after just 1 cup. I don't care. Anyway, 3 cups are unavoidable. The conversation between the 3 of them could be said to be unbridled. It was as if they were the only 3 people left in the world. In the distance, Du Chou and Wu Zun were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Not only did Lin Ling come to rob the execution ground, he even ignored them and openly chatted with them. Lin Ling, how dare you? Du Chou roared angrily. However, Lin Ling completely ignored him. His soul force covered the divine lock. A moment later, his hands formed a complicated barrier, causing the divine lock to lose its sealing effect. Bang bang. 2 huge chains smashed to the ground at the same time. Young Master Yao and Majin Tianzi were completely free. This also caused the entire execution ground to be in an uproar. After so many years in E-City, this was a successful robbery of the execution ground. The person who came had also committed a heinous crime. That person was simply lawless. But next, the 3 of them would have to face the wrath of E-City. Challenging the rules of E-City was something that was impossible. Looking at young Master Yao and the others who had escaped, Du Chou and the others' eyes trembled fiercely. This Lin Ling really dared to rob the execution ground. Ah! Du Chou and Wu Zun were stunned for a moment before they suddenly burst into laughter. This was because they had always hated Lin Ling. They hated Lin Ling for stealing their limelight in the Tongshan Tower. They hated Lin Ling for being their brother. But hatred aside, they couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. This wasn't a matter of strength. It was because no one could violate the rules of the ultimate world and casually kill people. But now it was different. Lin Ling had robbed the execution ground. This was equivalent to jumping into a fire pit. No matter what kind of background Lin Ling had or what kind of strength he had, he definitely couldn't go against I Ching. This meant that Lin Ling was dead meat. Lin Ling, you have no way out. Aha, do you know what you're doing? Du Chou, who had always been sinister, couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at this moment. I'm saving my brother from the God Slayer Alliance. Lin Ling looked at him and said calmly. This sentence seemed calm, but it carried the determination of going through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. It was unquestionable. Godslayer Alliance? Everyone's eyes flickered. The person who was about to be beheaded was actually a member of the Godslayer Alliance. Although the Godslayer Alliance wasn't very famous in the ultimate world, there were still some people who had heard of it. They had heard that this alliance had gathered many hot-blooded youths and had once killed martial god Qilin, creating many miracles. I didn't expect the Godslayer Alliance to be so united. Some people also secretly admired him. As for young Master Yao and Momo Jin, their bodies trembled as they looked at Lin Ling. The excitement in their eyes grew stronger. There was no need for any explanation. The Godslayer Alliance was enough. They had never imagined that the Lin Ling they had recruited back then would be so loyal and righteous. They hadn't recruited the wrong person. What a good Godslayer Alliance. I'm impressed and touched. But do you think this is the Heaven Sword City? Do you think that there will be people who will give you face? Wu Zun also spoke. During the Divine Weapon competition, Lin Ling had gotten a jade token from somewhere. Not only did he enter the 9th floor of the auction, but he also made the Heaven Sword City Lord give him face and made them suffer. However, this was E-City. It wasn't Lin Ling's turn to be arrogant. Where's that stupid token of yours? Take it out and see if it's useful in this city? Wu Zun screamed. Wu Zun's sharp voice rang out again. Speaking of this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. That token was given to him by the Snow Wind Academy's principal. It was also the Snow Wind Supreme token. Seeing the token was the same as seeing the principal. It also had the authority to kill, just like the City Lord of a main city. Of course, compared to the City Lord, this authority was still a little weaker. But it was enough. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. I'm going to save those too. Wu Zun screamed. I thought Duchio was crazy enough. But you Lin Ling are even crazier. You're going to save them? Do you think we're incompetent? However, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I want to see how you're going to save them. Step. Duchio took a step forward. His eyes were even colder. Chapter 3707. You're not the only one who has the martial ancestor realm. The King Kong celestial body appeared behind Wu Zun. He was ready to attack. The people around them shook their heads. They admired the young man's loyalty. However, it was impossible for him to succeed in saving the people. The guards around them were enough to stop them. It should be known that the person guarding the execution ground was a half-step martial god. However, when the expert saw that Duchio and the others were talking, he did not step forward. Shameless boasting. I can tell you that the three of you won't be able to leave today. However, there were many people who wanted to stop Lin Ling and the others. A few figures separated the crowd and walked over with murderous intent. The two in the lead were Duan Tianzhan and Duan Wuzhan. When they saw Lin Ling, their eyes were instantly filled with anger. During the sacred weapon contest, Duan Tianzhan had made a bet with Lin Ling. In the end, he had lost and was driven out of Sky Sword City, losing the right to auction the treasures. Duan Wuzhan was not much better. All the treasures that he had taken a fancy to had been snatched away by Lin Ling. Therefore, their hatred for Lin Ling could be described as bone deep. Haha, Lin Ling, you're walking right into a trap. Duan Tianzhan roared proudly. When he saw the two of them, Lin Ling suddenly frowned. He had not expected the Duan family to be involved in this. Lin Ling, they set us up. We don't know what Duke Lu's mansion is. They captured us domineeringly and said that we killed Duke Lu's mansion. I'm afraid this has something to do with Duan Wuzhan and the others. Young Beast Lord said in a low voice. Duan Wuzhan doesn't have the authority to ask the city governor of East City to help. If I'm not wrong, the real mastermind is that person. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He could roughly guess what was going on. However, the most important thing now was to leave this place. You two capture young Beast Lord and the others. Leave that guy to me. I want to break his limbs, said Duan Wuzhan with a treacherous smile. Because he had suffered too much at the hands of Lin Ling, and now he finally had the chance to take revenge. He didn't care about Lin Ling's strength at all. That was because he was already an expert of the third hall. At that time, Lin Ling had only just entered the Tower of Gods. Brother, go for it. Show him what the Duan clan's twin prides are like. Duan Tianzhan immediately waved his fists. The two prides of the Duan clan? Some people in the surroundings had heard of this name. It was said that these two prides were extremely powerful, and they were respectively Duan Wuzhan and Duan Wuhen. They hadn't thought that this person was actually one of the two prides. All right. Duchio and the others also laughed excitedly as they pounced towards young Master Yao and the others. Duan Tianzhan was even more exaggerated. He clapped his hands 3 times, and a group of people who were playing gongs and drums immediately rushed out from behind. They actually started playing gongs and drums. Everyone come and take a look. The Century clan's overconfident trash is going to challenge the Duan clan's twin prides. Obviously, Duan Tianzhan thought that his brother would win without a doubt, so he started teasing Lin Ling. That was because he had actually been holding back this anger for a very long time. Brother, you still have my heart, ha. Duan Wuzhan laughed heartily and leaped over Lin Ling, unleashing his innate talent and powerful martial arts techniques. Lin Ling, tell me, should I break your right arm first or your left arm first? He hadn't even arrived, but he had already let out a satisfied cry. Seeing this, young Master Yao and the others frowned and immediately wanted to attack, but Lin Ling stopped them and said indifferently, I'll leave those two guys to you. Leave him to me. Young Master Yao and the others narrowed their eyes when they heard that. Lin Ling wanted to fight Duan Wuzhan? One had to know that Du Chou and the others had just entered the third hall and were relatively weak, but Duan Wuzhan was different. He was several times stronger than Du Chou and the others. When they had separated from Lin Ling didn't seem to have the strength to fight Duan Wuzhan. Go. Lin Ling didn't explain. Okay. Young Master Yao and the others were a little worried, but they didn't ask any more. Of course, they were also watching Lin Ling at all times, deeply afraid that Lin Ling would encounter misfortune. However, would Lin Ling encounter misfortune? In the Black Gold Castle, Lin Ling went all out, and the experts of the top 10 academies were beaten like dogs by him. Not to mention that Lin Ling had broken through his cultivation realm now. So, a mere Duan Wuzhan wanted to defeat Lin Ling? The answer was no. Lin Ling didn't transform at all. His eyebrows moved and the true inheritance dark sword flew out. Immediately after, countless evil spirit jellyfish flew out and enveloped Duan Wuzhan. Only then did Lin Ling move, his 6 dantians and physical strength exploding. Boom. A punch directly smashed into Duan Wuzhan's chest. Whoosh. Duan Wuzhan was like a piece of paper and immediately flew out, smashing into the city wall in the distance, and was buried by countless rocks. Although the previous confrontation was short, Duan Wuzhan sensed that when Lin Ling attacked, countless flying swords were extremely sharp, and it was difficult for him to resist. Then there was a strange jellyfish ghost that attacked him sneakily, and it was actually devouring his strength. By the time he reacted, Lin Ling had appeared in front of him, and an overbearing punch was coming. Most importantly, the strength of that punch was beyond his imagination. It was definitely in the martial ancestor realm, and more importantly, it was several times stronger than an ordinary martial ancestor realm. Wasn't Lin Ling in the Saint realm? Rumble. Buried by rocks, Duan Wuzhan spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. As for Duan Tianzhan, who was beating gongs and drums, he was also dumbfounded. His brother was a veteran expert of the Third Divine Hall, and Lin Ling was a newcomer. He also thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to resist his brother's attack. However, Lin Ling had beaten his brother into a dog with one punch. The gap between dreams and reality was undoubtedly too big. Dong 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 dong. Ironically, the team he invited was still beating gongs and drums, as if laughing at his brother's fate. This guy. Young Master Yao and Majin Tianzhan were also shocked, but they finally relaxed. Then they pounced on Du Chou and the others, and the treasures they bought at the auction appeared in their hands. Du Chou and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they felt that the situation was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived at the corner of the wall. With a wave of his hand, powerful realm essence gushed out and grabbed Duan Wuzhan. Cough cough. Duan Wuzhan kept spitting out blood, and there was a large number of ghost jellyfish on his body that were devouring his strength. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you defeat me? It was obvious that he was still in shock. Lin Ling shook his head. Was defeating Duan Wuzhan that surprising? He felt that it was very normal. He had defeated experts stronger than Duan Wuzhan at the Black Gold Castle, so Duan Wuzhan was nothing. You're not the only one who has reached the martial progenitor realm. Lin Ling finally spoke, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Martial progenitor realm? When did you reach the martial progenitor realm? Aren't you at the Saint realm? Duan Wuzhan's heart finally exploded. Although he had already guessed it, the shock in his heart finally exploded after Lin Ling admitted it. Chapter 3708. The one blocking the way was the 18-foot guard. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Duan clan and one of the 2 prides of the Duan clan. If you kill me, you'll have to bear the wrath of the Duan clan. Duan Wuzhan immediately shouted angrily. Perhaps this was his only hope. Do you think that if I don't kill you, the Duan clan won't deal with me? Also, since when has the Duan clan been able to deal with me? Lin Ling said calmly. Duan Wuxian was stunned. Right, hadn't the Duan clan dealt with Lin Ling before? The answer was yes, and there were many of them. Even Duan Wuhan had taken action. Could the Duan clan deal with Lin Ling? The answer was obviously no. At least Lin Ling was still alive. Even martial god Wen Tian wanted to deal with me, but he couldn't. If it's the Duan clan, then your ancestor might be able to. As for you clowns, you're still too weak. Lin Ling said again. His words were full of disdain. Lin Ling, if you dare to raid the execution ground, you won't be able to leave E City. The city governor of E City is also a martial god expert. You've broken the rules by behaving atrociously in his territory. No one can save you. Duan Wuxian suddenly roared angrily. I don't need anyone to save me because I can save myself. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Lin Ling shook his head and raised his eyebrows. More evil ghost jellyfish surrounded Duan Wuxian. After a while, Duan Wuxian turned into a dried corpse. As Lin Ling absorbed Duan Wuxian's power, Lin Ling also felt that his cultivation had improved. He was closer to the third-level martial ancestor realm. Bang! When Duan Wuxian landed on the ground, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Dried corpse? What a terrifying technique. Young Master Yao Majin Tianzi, I've already prepared wine for you. If you continue to delay, I'm afraid the wine will get cold again. Lin Ling ignored the surrounding people's surprise and stepped forward. He looked at the young Master Yao and the others who were fighting. Wine. A young Master Yao and the others felt a sense of heroism. Lin Ling actually prepared wine when he came to rob the execution ground? Could it be that he had never thought of failure? Domineering. Fight. Young Demon Master and the others immediately roared, and their auras soared into the sky. When Du Chou and the others saw Duan Wuxian die, their morale immediately plummeted, and they retreated repeatedly in defeat. Lin Ling glanced at their battle briefly and then ignored them. Instead, he walked over to Duan Tianzhan and looked at him calmly. This made Duan Tianzhan tremble all over. Thump, thump, thump. What was ironic was that the drum and gong brigade behind him was still beating the drum. Don't knock. Duan Tianzhan couldn't help but roar. His brother was dead and he himself was in grave danger. How could these fellows still have the nerve to beat drums and gongs? The team you invited, even if you have tears in your eyes, you have to finish knocking. Lin Ling said softly. He didn't want to waste any more words. With a twitch of his brows, countless swords pierced through Duan Tianzhan. He obviously couldn't be bothered to say anything more to this kind of trash. Du Chou, it's time to settle our grudge. On the other side, the 8 divine spears appeared in Touch of Gold's hands. 8 rays of light bloomed and shot into the sky. In the past, he had fought Du Chou and was defeated by Du Chou, and his body had been torn apart. Today he would take revenge with his own hands. On the other side, young Demon Master looked at Touch of Gold and smiled slightly. He knew that Touch of Gold had been waiting for this battle for a long time, and he was happy for him. As for his opponent, Wu Zun, he didn't care at all. With his strength, it was like a cat catching a mouse. I'm going to hit your left chest. Be careful. Before he attacked, young Demon Master even gave him a teasing reminder. Young Demon Master, you've gone too far. Wu Zun was undoubtedly deeply humiliated. I like to bully trash like you. So what? Weren't you very smug before? Smile again for me to see. Young Demon Master was unforgiving. On the other side, Touch of Gold's battle was nearing its end. Du Chou was retreating in defeat and wanted to escape, but he was entangled by Touch of Gold. In the end, he was careless and was finally killed by Touch of Gold. Wu Zun, it's time for you to accompany them. Sensing this, young Demon Master also transformed into a monster. His body had all kinds of monster limbs. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, tearing Wu Zun apart alive. In the end, the 3 of them looked at each other, smiled, and walked out of the execution field proudly. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The 3 of them were extraordinarily bold. Not only did they rob the execution field, they even dared to kill an E-city. This meant that they had no way out. The 3 of them still had no hope of leaving the execution field. And that was indeed the case. Sir, you can't leave. Finally, an old man walked out of the guards who had been watching from the side. He wore a long black robe, had a square face, and had an imposing aura. This person, Yi, was one of E-city's 18-foot guards. He was extremely powerful. An ancient ruler appeared in his hand, as if it was a ruler used to judge right and wrong. This was a divine artifact called the Judgment. It was a 7th grade divine artifact. He held the judgment and blocked in front of Lin Ling and the others, causing the atmosphere in the execution field to drop to the extreme. Nobody knew when, but a strong wind blew and leaves fluttered, causing the surroundings to suddenly become deathly silent. All the guards were like the Grim Reaper. They stood quietly not far away, watching this scene emotionlessly. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Lin Ling and the others. This time, how could the 3 of them escape? An invisible pressure suffused the air, causing the demon young master and Tycoon Gold to silently clench their fists. They were already prepared to fight to the death because they could discern that the old man was extremely strong, and a fierce battle was unavoidable. It was even possible that they would die here. Unfortunately, it was difficult for the forces behind them to enter the final world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state today. However, compared to their solemn expressions, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He took a step forward and said calmly, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding. I hope that you can give us a chance to find out the truth." He knew that this was definitely the Duan family slandering young demon master and the others. "Young hero, I see that your talent is outstanding, and your appearance is both good and evil. I think you must be a person with principles. In addition, you dared to enter the execution field for your brothers, so I respect your strength and your character. However, this is difficult to do." The old man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, "Perhaps your friends were wronged. However, I'm in charge of beheading people, not seeking justice for others. This is also different from my duties. However, the city lord of E City is a reasonable person. If you have a chance to prove yourself, I think the city lord will give you a way out." He seemed to be rejecting Lin Ling, but he also pointed out a clear path for Lin Ling. It meant that as long as you had evidence, the city lord of E City would uphold justice. "Thank you." Lin Ling couldn't help but bow to the old man. This bow was also from the bottom of his heart. "Haha, you're about to die in my hands, but you're still thanking me. I have to say, your way of doing things is different from others." Seeing Lin Ling bow, the old man suddenly laughed loudly. Chapter 3709. The Returning Lin Ling. "Because you told me that what I'm going to do next won't be in vain." Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. "You mean you will find evidence? However, I also believe what you said. However, why don't you worry about whether you can leave this place?" The old man said meaningfully. Hearing this, a jug of wine suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he began to walk forward. The gale blew his long robe, causing it to flutter loudly. Looking from afar, the man walked freely on the street, as if he had lived a carefree life. It was enviable. A pot of wine, a stick, how many people are there in this world? If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Lin Ling walked forward in a bold and unrestrained manner. Behind him there were still tall bodyguards. This caused young Master Yao and the others to be stunned. Lin Ling was so carefree? They looked at each other and immediately followed after him. For this trip, even if they had to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames, they would not hesitate. How bold. Could it be that they don't know that Senior will also make a move on this trip? Half-step to Martial God Realm. How can they stop him? Everyone was so shocked that they stopped breathing. The old man narrowed his eyes as a smile of praise appeared on the corners of his mouth. What a carefree and unrestrained junior. If it weren't for the fact that his duties were limited, he would have let the little boy go. What a pity, what a pity. "Young friend, I'm sorry for offending you." The old man finally made his move. His talent had reached the 6th grade, but Jieyuan was at the peak of the half-step martial god realm. Moreover, his ancestral power surged, reaching 80%, making winds and clouds royal in this region's skies. As if it had received his summons, a huge palm came down from the sky. It was as if the net of heaven had a wide net, but nothing could escape it. Violent winds blew, shaking heaven and earth. However, in the storm, several figures continued to move forward, especially the young man in the lead. With the wine in his hand, he let out a heroic laugh. At this moment, the bodyguard behind him moved. A platinum arm grabbed at the sky as if it wanted to break the heavens and break all the cages. Rumble. This arm looked ordinary, but it contained great power. When it collided with the palm in the sky, a terrifying ripple of power bloomed. Next, the ruler in the hands of the old man on the ground emitted cracking sounds. His expression changed drastically. Even the judgment sword was affected? By the time he came to his senses, a burly evil spirit was already standing in front of him with a strange smile on his face. He suddenly grabbed him and smashed him to the ground. Boom. The ground instantly split open, the execution field collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. Time seemed to have stopped. Only a few figures continued to move forward slowly and gradually disappeared under the dusk. A pot of wine, a stick, how many people are there in this world? How carefree. How carefree. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Cough cough. A huge pit appeared on the ground and the cracks continued to spread. Inside the pit, the old man coughed up blood, and his face was filled with shock. He had lost. That mysterious bodyguard from before actually gave him the feeling of a martial god expert. Terrifying. Such an expert was actually the bodyguard of that junior? The younger generation cannot be underestimated. Then the old man smiled bitterly and did not continue to chase after him. That was because Lin Ling had defeated him, but he did not kill him. However, this guy is really good at acting tough. Thinking about the young man's carefree figure, the old man smiled bitterly. Even though he had seen a lot in his life, it was the first time he had met such a frivolous person. On the street, Lin Ling had already brought young Master Yao and the rest to the Jade Forest Inn. Young Master Yao and the rest were still in shock from what had happened. They looked at the bodyguard behind Lin Ling with great fear. Fuck, that thing is so terrifying. I didn't even notice it before. Is it a puppet, Majin Tianzi? It doesn't seem like it. However, I can't detect its aura. Only when it attacked did I sense a terrifying energy. It's ghostly energy. Backbone? The two of them whispered to each other. When they looked at Lin Ling's figure again, they became even more serious. Where did this guy go? How did his strength soar like a rocket? Let's hurry up. It's already dusk. Yu and the rest are waiting for me to have dinner. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Hearing this, young Master Yao and the rest smiled and quickened their pace towards the Jade Forest Inn. At this moment, the Jade Forest Inn should have been very lively. Because it was rare for experts from all the major academies to gather in one place, they should have been talking loudly. However, the reality was the opposite. The Jade Forest Inn was very quiet. Everyone was lowering their heads to drink and eat. Brother Woody's face was gloomy. He looked at his wine glass thinking about something. As for Lin Ling's request to heat up the wine, they naturally did not think much of it. The main thing was that they did not think that Lin Ling could return. Therefore they felt a deep sense of regret. Lin Ling was obviously a little reckless. He probably wouldn't be able to come back from this trip. Sister-in-law, don't cry. Brother Lin Ling will be blessed by the heavens. Perhaps. After a moment of silence, Brother Woody suddenly looked up at Yu and the rest and comforted them. It would have been better if he did not look. Once he did, he was shocked. Because Yu and the rest were actually whispering to each other. Occasionally they would even snicker secretly. It was as if they were not worried about Lin Ling at all. Even that little witch called Shen Yuangur was drinking freely, gulping down a big bowl of wine. Fuck. Brother Woody was tongue-tied. He almost doubted Yu and the rest's relationship with Lin Ling. Could it be that they had been waiting for Lin Ling to die for a long time? In fact, many people were as shocked as him. Yiluisha Bashan and the rest were the same. However, at this moment, a few figures finally appeared at the entrance of the inn. Before they entered, Yu and the rest's eyes lit up. Brother Ling, you're back. Brother Ling. That voice sounded like a wife waiting at home for her husband's return. This also explained why they were not worried. It was because they had faith that Lin Ling would definitely return. I'm back. Is the wine ready? Yes. Outside the door, the sound of faint laughter finally came in. Everyone was silent. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He really came back. One had to know that this was E-City. Lin Ling actually succeeded in robbing the execution ground? That wine. Yes. Brother Woody was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Don't tell me you didn't heat up the wine. Yes. Lin Ling walked over with Young Yao and the rest. Brother Lin Ling, calm down, calm down. I really didn't heat up the wine. Because. Brother Woody's fear and admiration for Lin Ling had undoubtedly deepened. He was shocked and excited. He was shocked because Lin Ling had really robbed the execution ground. He was excited because there was someone who dared to rob the execution ground in E-City. In the future, he would have something to brag about, because Brother Woody had once accompanied such a person to drink wine. Did you think I wouldn't come back? Is that why you didn't heat up the wine? Yes. Chapter 37:10. Discuss. Brother Lin Ling, I'm sorry. Brother Invincible was on the verge of tears. Then he roared at the others, hurry up and heat up the wine. Hot. The others hurriedly got busy. Young Demon Lord and the others laughed heartily and sat down as well. Moreover, they greeted Yu and the others because they all knew each other. Of course, they could also see that many people in this hall were not weak, but their reverence for Lin Ling came from the bottom of their hearts. This made them even more curious as to how Lin Ling had subdued them. One had to know that it was easy to defeat someone but difficult to convince someone. Moreover, it wasn't a single person that was convinced but a group of people. This was even more difficult. How could they know that Lin Ling had turned into a monster in the castle of black gold and fought against the 10 great academies? This had left a deep impression in the hearts of the powerhouses from the other academies. After Lin Ling returned, the hall gradually became lively. After a long time, everyone returned to their rooms one after another. As for Lin Ling's table, there were only a few people left. "Young Master Yao, did you really not kill anyone from Duke Lu's mansion?" Lin Ling asked after taking a sip of wine. "I don't even know if Duke Lu's mansion is male or female." Hearing this, young Master Yao became depressed. Next, they told her about their return to E-Garden. It turned out that after they returned, they immediately went to the E-Garden and requested to withdraw from the academy. After going through a series of tests, the E-Garden finally agreed. But when they were about to leave E-City, they were immediately caught. Then, someone testified that they had killed the people of Duke Lu's residence and slaughtered the whole family. Speaking of which, Duke Lu's mansion was an ancient family in E-City. They once had a generation of meritorious officials, so E-City respected them very much. Now that they were all killed, how could I Ching not be angry? "If that's the case, someone has indeed framed you." Lin Ling nodded. "Why don't we leave tonight?" Majin Chenzi suddenly said. Lin Ling shook his head. "I'm afraid it's too late. I'm afraid the entire city will be in an uproar if we raid the execution ground today. It's just that E-City is too big, so they won't be able to find us in the short term. After all, this is also challenging E-City's bottom line and violating the rules of the gods. Big Brother Ling, we can't run away. Can we only continue fighting?" "It's impossible. E-Garden is ranked 4th among the 36 academies. This shows that the strength of E-City is not to be underestimated. It is definitely stronger than that of Snow City. If we confront them head-on, we will only have a dead end. I estimate that the strength of E-City's lord, even if he is not one of the top 10 martial gods in 9 regions, he is still among the martial gods. The most important thing is that we did violate the rules first, which makes it difficult for many people who want to help us to come forward," Lin Ling said slowly. "The rules of the final world were very strict, not to mention that this was someone else's territory, not Snow-Blowing City." Hearing this, young Demon Master and the others also looked dignified, knowing that the trouble was not over. In fact, the best way is to redress your own grievances and prove your innocence. Today, the seniors at the execution ground have already told us that E-City's lord is a reasonable person, so as long as you can prove that this matter has nothing to do with you, you can be acquitted. In this way you won't offend others, but you can also make the person who framed you explode with anger. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said again. He also sighed in his heart because although his current strength had greatly increased, he was still very weak in the final world. He lacked the domineering dominance of one side. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, young Demon Master and the others immediately knew what Lin Ling was thinking. They were speechless. "Lin Ling, you don't have to belittle yourself. With your current growth speed, who else in the final world but you? Give you a little more time and you will definitely be famous in the final world. As for E-City's lord, after all, they are strong people who have existed since the era of the gods. It's impossible to catch up with them in a short time." Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. "But how do we prove ourselves? We don't even know if this Duke Lu's residence is a hen or a duck," Majin Chenzi said gloomily. Young Master Yao immediately frowned as well. This was because whether or not Duke Lu's residence was in E-City was already suspicious, let alone looking for them. Moreover, they had the intention to frame them. They must have made the Lu family hide. It was unrealistic to expect them to come out and testify. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with worry. Haha, actually, as long as Duke Lu's residence is still in E-City, then everything will be easy. The most frightening thing is that they have left E-City. Then it will be very difficult to find them. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly laughed, causing young Demon Master and the others' eyes to brighten. E-City was so big. Lin Ling could also find Duke Lu's residence? Moreover, Lin Ling didn't know Duke Lu's residence. Even if the people of this residence walked past Lin Ling might not know. Moreover, even if they could find Duke Lu's residence, why should they testify? I think they must have made a deal with the Duan family. Therefore, even if we find Duke Lu's residence, they might not care about us, Majin Chenzi said calmly. As long as they don't have an elite at the martial god realm, they will have to listen even if they don't want to. Lin Ling laughed again. Why? Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked at Lin Ling, because of him. Lin Ling pointed behind him. There stood a tall bodyguard. He was quiet and motionless as if he had blended into the darkness. Seeing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. What the bodyguard said was indeed possible. Then Lin Ling gave them some instructions and went into the guest room. In the room, Lin Ling asked Yu and the others to protect him. Then he released a large number of evil ghost jellyfish. At this moment, night had fallen outside. The evil ghost jellyfish spread out and started to search the vast city. A beautiful girl came to the nightly pleasure house. TSK. Her cultivation is pure and she is beautiful. If I could spend a night with her, my life would be so carefree. I heard that the beautiful girl came from College 36. Because she lacked cultivation resources, she became a prostitute. Stop talking. I can't stand it anymore. Let's go and do something big tonight. I heard that someone is going to raid the execution ground today. That's fucking awesome. That's right, those people are still in E-City, but I reckon they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. Many voices in the streets and alleys were captured by the evil ghost jellyfish. In the northern region's Black Pot Mountain, I heard that someone found a mystery land. Let's set off tomorrow. Be careful of the Chen family. It's best to kill them all on the way. I think so too. The evil ghost jellyfish even secretly captured some of the secrets that were being discussed secretly. Of course, not everyone could sense the evil ghost jellyfish. Some half-stepped to martial god realm powerhouses could sense that something was wrong. However, the evil ghost jellyfish retreated quickly and disappeared into the night in an instant. Chapter 37:11. Peeping. At this moment, in Qian City of E-City, a golden-haired middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in the tallest building. He wore an 8-trigram robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked like an immortal. City Lord, this is how it is. An old man said respectfully to the middle-aged man. Who is this person? He's got guts. He actually dared to break into the execution ground. However, this person is also very smart. After defeating you, he spared your life. This is also giving me face. He seems to be telling me that he wants me to make an exception. A faint smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. That kid is pretty good. The old man smiled as he recalled what happened during the day. It's really rare to be praised by you. The middle-aged man suddenly looked at the old man strangely. His words also woke the old man up. The old man quickly bowed and said, City Lord, this subordinate has failed in his task. Please punish me. Forget it. The other party has a martial god as a bodyguard. It's understandable that you lost. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said meaningfully, to have an Einherjar as a bodyguard, how extraordinary. I'm getting more and more curious about his background. However, E-City is the 8 trigrams divine mysterious mirror. If he dares to leave the city, he will immediately be discovered by us. Therefore they are still in the city. It won't be long before we find out their origins. As he spoke, the middle-aged man suddenly frowned and shouted in a grim voice, Which bastard dares to spy on me? His brows twitched, and an 8 trigrams imprint rushed out of the room and shot out. At this moment, under the night sky, a devil ghost jellyfish was hiding in the sky. After sensing the terrifying fluctuations, it immediately exploded and turned into smoke and dust. In the room, the middle-aged man suddenly frowned. What a cunning thing. It actually blew itself up. It seems that unclean things have also come to our Bagwai city. He checked again for a moment and seeing that there were no more abnormalities, he simply ignored it. At this moment at the inn, Lin Ling opened his eyes and secretly wiped away his cold sweat. That terrifying fellow should be the city lord of E-City. His strength was indeed as powerful as he had imagined. He had a feeling that even the golden white evil spirit was no match for that powerhouse. It appeared that the martial god realm was also divided into different levels like the martial progenitor realm. The city is too big. Tomorrow I'll be going to the E-Garden for the exchange. If I can't find the Liu clan, then things will be troublesome. Lin Ling said secretly. The previous peeping made him know that it wouldn't take long for the city lord of E-City to find them. At that time, even if they were wronged, it would be useless. Because they had no proof, they could only die. Therefore, the time left for Lin Ling was getting shorter and shorter, and it could be said to be extremely urgent. He did not want to unleash his full strength to fight against the city lord of E-City. This would instead benefit the Duan family. Right, the Duan family. Thinking of the Duan clan, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Ling had no clue about the Lu family, but if he could find the Duan family, he might be able to get some information from them. Immediately, his malevolent ghost jellyfish started collecting information with all its might. Through some conversations with passers-by, he gradually found an inn because there were many people from the Duan family in this inn. Most importantly, this inn was the same as the Jade Forest Inn, where the strong cultivators of the academy lived. However, there were only 2 big academies here, and the students here were much stronger than the ones at the Jade Forest Inn. Of course, the treatment in this inn was also much better than the Jade Forest Inn. It's really unfair. We're all gathered in the hall to eat and there's not enough space. Their hall is bigger than ours and the dishes are all rare meat. Lin Ling couldn't help but secretly say. He controlled the malevolent ghost jellyfish and carefully flew around the inn. His malevolent ghost tribulation body was a 4th grade talent. It wasn't very high, but it had a lot of potential. However, if he encountered a 7th grade talent, he would be able to detect Lin Ling if he wasn't careful. However, just as he finished thinking, a strong cultivator immediately sensed him and attacked towards the sky. Boom! The malevolent ghost jellyfish immediately exploded. Lin Ling didn't choose to avoid it and let that person destroy the malevolent ghost jellyfish. This person's strength was also extraordinary. He should be able to meet him in tomorrow's exchange. The reason why he didn't avoid it was to numb that person's heart. After all, Lin Ling had a lot of malevolent ghost jellyfish. Destroying 1 or 2 wouldn't affect him at all. Where did this bastard come from? You can't even withstand a single blow. Useless. Sure enough, that person sensed the sky and said disdainfully. Then he ignored it. However, on the other side, a few more malevolent ghost jellyfish quietly flew over, and this time they also quietly sneaked into the inn. Previously, on the street, Lin Ling heard people talking. They were talking about tomorrow's exchange between the 8 academies and the strongest cultivators who would participate in this exchange. What surprised Lin Ling was that there were actually a few familiar faces. One was Princess Tin. She wasn't a student of the academy, but she represented Miao Xin's true disciple to participate in this exchange. The other was an ambitious and ruthless character. Duan Wuhan. He was the genius who had awakened the first bloodline of the Duan family. He was the one whose treasure was stolen by Lin Ling in the Starry Sky Forest and defeated by Lin Ling in the Divine Tower. He and Duan Wuxian were collectively known as the Duan family's twin prides. Of course, that was in the past. The current Duan Wuhan's strength had increased greatly, and Duan Wuxian couldn't be compared to him at all. Most importantly, Lin Ling was sure that this matter was definitely related to Duan Wuhan. Since he couldn't find the Lu family, he might be able to find some clues by secretly observing Duan Wuhan. At this moment in a room east of the inn. Young master. A young man looked at the man sitting cross-legged on the bed and said. The man sat there indifferently, his long hair fluttering. A wheel appeared behind him, rolling and rotating. Heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly poured into it and was constantly swallowed by the man. Young Master Yao, they're dead. The man said calmly. No, young Master Yao and the others aren't dead. The young man bent down and said with extreme fear. Ah. The man suddenly opened his eyes, and an ancient universe appeared in his eyes. Just a glance made the young man break out in a cold sweat. He was worthy of being the genius who had awakened the first bloodline of the Duan family. This momentum was too terrifying. Someone saved young Master Yao and the others. Duan Wuxian, Du Qiu and the other trash? Dead, they were all killed by someone. Hearing this, the man finally frowned. Who was it? According to the people present, the person who robbed the execution ground was very young, but extremely powerful. He killed Duan Wuxian with 1 punch, and the 18-foot guards of E-City were also defeated by one of that person's guards. The young man said again. What? This time the man also stood up, his face extremely gloomy. He thought of all the enemies he knew in his mind, but he didn't think of who had robbed the execution ground and had such strength. Have you found out the origin of this person? Chapter 37:12. Find the Lu family. However, the young man shook his head and guessed. That man said he was from the God-Slayer Alliance. In the God-Slayer Alliance, apart from young Master Yao and Majin Tianzi, the strongest person is the other leader, Lin Ling. Lin Ling. The man was obviously angry at the mention of this name. He ground his teeth and no longer had the domineering aura from before. That was because he was Duan Wuhan. As the top genius of the Duan family, he should have been the center of attention. However, he had failed the 2 missions assigned to him by the Duan family and had lost face. If he had not awakened the Duan family's bloodline at the critical moment, he would have been banished to the cold palace by the Duan family. The person who had humiliated him was Lin Ling. In the starry sky forest, he had led the Duan family's experts to seize the divine treasure. In the end, Lin Ling had appeared out of nowhere. Not only had he not obtained anything, but he had also annihilated his entire team. The divine tower was supposed to be Duan Wuhan's most glorious first step. However, it had been trampled by Lin Ling. It could be said that he had died before he had won the battle. It can't be Lin Ling. He's just Lin Ling. He's only at the Sage Realm. Even Duan Wujan could defeat him. How dare he attack the execution ground? In his dreams. Moreover, he has no right to have an expert who can defeat a half-step martial god as his bodyguard. Soon, Duan Wuhan shook his head and said, "However, it doesn't matter. He can save them now, but he can't save them forever. The governor of East City is not a nobody. Young Master Yao and the others can escape from the execution ground, but they can't escape from East City. Instead, the people who save them will suffer, ha ha ha." Then Duan Wuhan suddenly laughed and said solemnly, "Duan Lu, how's the Lu family?" "It's well arranged. The governor of East City definitely doesn't know their whereabouts." The young man immediately said, very good, very good. Bring this antidote over. Tell them that after this matter, all the antidotes will be presented. At that time, the Lu family's ancestor will be able to survive." "Yes, young master. But young master, are you going to save the Lu family's ancestor?" "Ah, what's the point of protecting them? Once young Master Yao and the others die, everyone in the Lu clan will die as well. Only the dead can keep a secret. Also, that old woman in Duke Lu's mansion probably doesn't know that the poison she was poisoned with was secretly released by my Duan clan. It's the all-heavens fate poison that even gods and devils fear. It was refined from the hearts of 49 people with extreme Yin physiques and 81 people with pure Yang physiques. God Slayer Alliance, if you don't uproot them this time, then the next target will be Lin Ling. I will personally kill this Lin Ling." Young master is wise. There was no doubt that Duan Wuhan was very happy, very happy. "Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you might not know, but I've already made a move on you. Poor you should still be working for your life in some secret realm, haha." Duan Wuhan sat down cross-legged again. "Rest well today. Tomorrow, during the 8 Academies exchange, I will take the first step to glory and let the experts of the 36 Academies remember me." After laughing, he suddenly frowned because he sensed a strange fluctuation outside the inn's corridor. Then he flicked his finger and shot out a stream of realm essence, which penetrated the wall and fell on the corridor. However, the corridor was still quiet, as if nothing had appeared at all. Duan Wuhan shook his head and ignored it, thinking that he was being paranoid. He did not know that at this moment in the Jade Forest Lin Ling was also laughing. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. After he poured realm essence into it, the conversation between Duan Wuhan and the others was revealed. "I knew it had something to do with you. Poor Duan Wuhan, when you were laughing, you didn't know that I was watching your every move." Lin Ling snorted, but his heart was a little heavy. Because he found that Duan Wuhan's strength had increased greatly, and his talent had reached the 7th grade. However, his cultivation was a little strange. Instead, it had regressed to the late-stage martial ancestor realm. This seemed to be an increase in talent at the expense of cultivation. However, Lin Ling still felt that Duan Wuhan was weaker than him. "I hope this matter can be resolved tonight. Tomorrow at the exchange I will have a good fight with you." After saying this, Lin Ling immediately left the inn and informed Young Demon Master and Young Demon Master. At this moment, under the night sky, a young man was walking along the street. It was the person who had talked to Duan Wuhan before. He was obviously going to deliver the antidote. Young Master Wuhan is still powerful. Whoever offends him will not have a good ending. In tomorrow's exchange, young Master Wuhan can finally take the first step to glory. Next, he will be famous in the 36 Academies, which is the 2nd step. After that, he will be on the divine list and the stairway to heaven, which is the 3rd step. The young man looked more excited than Duan Wuhan. Not far from the young man, several figures were hidden under the night sky. They were all wearing large cloaks and had disdainful smiles on their faces. They were Lin Ling and Young Demon Master. Duan Wuhan is indeed the mastermind behind the scenes. However, Duan Wuhan has underestimated us. Young Demon Master sneered. "The first step to glory? Dream on." Back in the Transcendence Tower, Lin Ling had stopped Duan Wuhan's momentum from soaring to the heavens. In tomorrow's exchange, Lin Ling would definitely let history repeat itself. "Let's go." Lin Ling shrugged. The young man turned left and right and gradually came to a small alley. When he looked ahead, there was no road ahead. The young man looked around cautiously. After confirming that there was no one around, a paper talisman appeared in his hand and burned it with his realm essence. Suddenly, a faint cloud appeared in the alley that was originally a dead end, and it was constantly flooding out. The young man immediately stepped into the cloud, and behind him, two figures appeared. After investigating, they also rushed into the cloud. After entering, they found that it was actually under an ancient green mountain. Moreover, a huge manor was located there, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Have we arrived? Young Demon Master and Majin Tianzi stood behind an ancient giant tree, looking expectant. It should be, but let's confirm it first. Otherwise we will alert the enemy. Lin Ling said cautiously. Okay. Young Demon Master and the others had to suppress their impulse because they really wanted to kill the young man from before. Duan Wuhan dared to harm them. With their temperament, how could they tolerate it? It's a little strange. I keep feeling like someone is spying on me. However, with my strength, it's impossible for me to not notice it. The young man continued to walk forward, muttering to himself, perhaps all of this is my illusion. He came to the front of the manor's gate and then knocked on the door. Your uncle is here. Open the door. Open the door. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Chapter 37:13. Do you really think I don't dare? Not long ago their ancestor suddenly fell seriously ill and was on the verge of death. The Lu family hurriedly invited many boundary masters from E-City to help, but they could not find the cause of the illness. In the end, they could only ask for Miao Xin's true teachings. Miao Xin sent a woman over, but after investigating she said there was nothing she could do and that they should prepare for the funeral. This made the Lu family's hearts turn to ashes. But at the crucial moment, a young man suddenly came with the antidote and said he could cure the Lu family's ancestor. In the beginning everyone did not believe it. But in a desperate situation, after swallowing the antidote, the elder ancestor who had been in a coma woke up. Because they also believed the young man, and in order to save their ancestor, they agreed to any request of the young man. One of the requests was for the Lu family to hide in the secret realm and not leave for a year. Everyone in the Lu family agreed to it. However, although the young man promised to cure the Lu family's ancestor, their attitude was extremely arrogant. Are you stupid? Hurry up and invite me in. Yes. The young man put his hands behind his back and shouted coldly. Young hero Duan, please come in, please come in. Yes. A middle-aged man from the Lu family quickly said with a smile. Your Lu family is really stupid. You don't know how to do anything. You're really useless. Yes. The young man said disdainfully and swaggered in. The Lu family's faces immediately turned ugly. However, in the ancient forest ahead, Lin Ling and the others' eyes finally lit up. The Lu family? They finally confirmed it. Attack. Attack. Lin Ling waved his hand and led Young Yao and the others forward. The Lu family's gate was about to close, but at this moment, with a bang, the gate was forcefully pushed open. Several figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Who were these people? After all, the Lu family promised the young man that they would not contact anyone else, but these people suddenly appeared. Could they be the young man's people? Involuntarily, the middle-aged man from the Lu family looked at the young man from the Duan family. However, the latter also looked at him with a confused expression. Then he shouted angrily, Very well, the Lu family went back on your word. You said you wouldn't tell anyone, but you let strangers come here? Yes. This time the Lu family's people were even more confused. Aren't they your people? There's no need to guess. I'm the Lin Ling your master is looking for. Yes. And I'm Young Yao. Yes. I'm Mo Jinzi. Yes. Without waiting for the young man from the Duan family to ask, Lin Ling had already answered without hesitation. His words caused the Duan clan youth's expression to change drastically. He pointed at Lin Ling and the other two and said, You guys are from the God Slayer Alliance? Yes. However, before he could say anything else, Lin Ling and the other two had already rushed over. He didn't use any tricks at all. All he did was use brute force to smash the young man onto the ground. Then he started punching and kicking him. However, if he didn't kill him now, he would definitely be beaten up to vent his anger first. Stop it, stop it. The young man was beaten into a pig's head. All his teeth were broken and there were several footprints on his face. One of the footprints broke his nose. That was Lin Ling's kick. Lin Ling's physical strength was strong. That kick was no joke. You're not fighting? Why do you have to fight? Young Yao and the others were still angry. They beat even harder. On the other hand, the people in the surroundings were flabbergasted. However, they didn't lend a hand, which was a rare occurrence. Instead, they felt extremely carefree, especially when they heard the young man from the Duan clan cry out in pain. They felt as if they had given him a good beating. Really? During this period of time, the Lu clan had suffered too much. Lin Ling kicked him a few more times. Then he walked toward the middle-aged man from the Lu family. "Senior, I'm sorry you had to see this." No, but this..." The middle-aged man was still shocked by Lin Ling's violence. "This is what happened." Lin Ling did not hide anything. He told him about how young Yao and the others had been wronged. "So that's what happened. No wonder they told us to hide. They've gone too far. They're using our name to harm others." Hearing Lin Ling's words, the people from the Lu family were displeased. However, the middle-aged man remained calm. He sighed and said, "Young hero, I'm very sorry about what happened to your friend. However, the Lu family has no other choice. Our ancestor's life is at stake. We have no choice but to beg the Duan family for help." Disappointment and helplessness appeared on everyone's faces when they heard this. Perhaps you don't know. The Duan family is planning to burn the bridge after crossing the river. After this is over, they'll definitely destroy you. Otherwise, if you tell others about this, what reputation will the Duan family have? However, Lin Ling said calmly. His words made the people from the Lu family change their expressions. The Duan family is so despicable? Moreover, the poison in your ancestor's body was secretly released by the Duan family. Lin Ling said again. What? The people from the Lu family exploded with murderous intent. A thief crying, "Catch a thief." No wonder the Duan family was so kind. It was all part of their plan. On the ground, the young man from the Duan family who was still being beaten up felt his heart explode. "Lin Ling, you. He roared in disbelief. That was because Lin Ling knew all their secrets. However, he suddenly shouted, "Lin Ling, so what if you know? Without the Duan family, the old woman from the Lu family would have died. Aha, Lu Jiangnan, if you don't do as the Duan family wants, you know the consequences. You're shameless." The middle-aged man from the Lu family was so angry that his eyes turned red. Although he knew that the Duan family was harming the Lu family, what could the Lu family do? They couldn't possibly expose Duan Wuhan, but by then the ancestor of the Lu family would also die. "Haha, Lin Ling, come and kill me. Let's see if you dare to kill me. If you dare, the ancestor of the Lu family will die." Seeing that the people from the Lu family were silent, the young man shouted again. Young Master Yao and the others also frowned. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, but they did not dare to act rashly. After all, if they touched the young man again, the Lu family would not help them. "Come and hit me. Try and hit me again." The young man's face turned red as he shouted at young Master Yao and the others. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" However, at that moment, Lin Ling walked over with murderous intent. Originally, he wanted to keep the young man as a witness, but he had to admit that the young man disgusted him. Seeing Lin Ling walk over step by step, the young man felt a little guilty. He had obviously heard of Lin Ling's name. He was a fearless person. According to the reputation of the Duan family, he was even more difficult to deal with than young Master Yao and the others. Me. Chapter 37:14. Well done. I didn't kill you before because I gave you a chance to atone for your crimes. But you wanted to seek death. It seems that you won't die if you don't seek death. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't waste any more words. He simply kicked out with all his strength like a whip. Bang! The young man's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered all over the ground. If he was still alive, then he would be able to see if Lin Ling dared to kill him. Don't dare? Dream on. Ah. The people of the Lu clan didn't expect Lin Ling to be so bold. Now that the young man was dead, the Duan clan wouldn't give him the antidote anymore. This was killing the Lu clan's ancestor. Young hero, you shouldn't have killed him, you shouldn't have killed him. Lu Jiangnan's eyes were red as he looked at Lin Ling, and his voice became low. Your Lu family is a duke with thousands of years of history. How can you be so shameless to be humiliated by a clown like this? Where is your dignity? Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Hearing this, Lu Jiangnan's expression didn't change at all. He said word by word, if this matter was related to the rest of the Lu family or even the entire Lu family, then the Lu family wouldn't hesitate and would face any difficulties. However, this matter is related to our ancestor. That is our ancestor. For our ancestor we can endure any humiliation, so how can we kill this person? It could be seen that he was also a well-known man. Then Lu Jiangnan shook his head and said, I'm sorry. You have to be sent to the Duan family. Perhaps this is the only way to appease the Duan family and make them give you the antidote again. The people of the Lu family also walked forward step by step, ready to attack Lin Ling and the others. But right at this moment, a rumbling sound resounded. A granny around the age of 70 or 80 appeared at the entrance of the hall while leaning on a walking stick. She fiercely stomped her walking stick on the ground, causing the floor tiles to split apart with a bang. Well done. The granny seemed to be old, but she was not inferior to a man. She shouted angrily. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Great-grandmother. Ancestor. Everyone shouted, their eyes filled with worry. Jiangnan, how did you manage to become the head of a family? Your eyes can't even compare to those of the younger generation. The old granny ignored the crowd and walked over step by step. She was old but strong, and her momentum was like a great bell. Great-grandmother. Lu Jiangnan hurriedly knelt down. His eyes were wet. Everyone else did the same. Only Lin Ling and the others were still standing. You are disgraceful. The old man shouted, Our Lu clan is also a prestigious clan. We are the descendants of gods. How can we be humiliated by these rascals? Are you all stupid? The Duan clan wants to use our hands to harm others. How can they let us off after this? Also, they deliberately framed the Lu clan. How could you not care about it and attack the innocent? Let me tell you, even if the entire Lu clan is executed, we will never lower our heads. Lin Ling and the others secretly admired this old man for his staunchness and his ability to distinguish between right and wrong. However, everyone in the Lu clan shook their heads. They were not fools. How could they not know this? It was just that they valued their ancestor's life more than anything else. Ancestor. Lu Jiangnan shouted and quietly lowered his head. The old woman looked at Lin Ling and the others again. The anger in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by kindness. Well done. Praise? From her mouth, the words of praise floated out once again. This old life of mine has lived for countless years. It's enough. If my young friends were implicated because of me, I would not be able to rest in peace. I apologize for this matter. Apologies. The old woman bowed to Lin Ling and the others again. Then she said indifferently, Jiangnan, listen to me. You have to testify for these young friends. Do you understand? Yes. 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 Everyone in the Lu clan shouted in unison, but their eyes became even more moist. Because they knew that their ancestors' actions were equivalent to pushing them into a pit of fire. Young Master Yao and the others trembled and hurriedly bowed to the old woman. This old woman was sensible and could distinguish between right and wrong. She deserved their respect. On the other hand, Lin Ling stood still and looked at the giant ghost beside him. He was already quietly asking, Giant ghost, can you see what poison this senior has been poisoned with? Yes. Even with Lin Ling's eyesight, he could not see what poison this old woman had been poisoned with. Aren't you a boundary master? Can't you see this little poison? Yes. The giant ghost said fiercely. Hearing that, Lin Ling immediately frowned. From the giant ghost's words, this poison did not seem difficult to detoxify. This poison is actually not difficult to detoxify. It was just hidden by the boundary master, so you did not notice it. Moreover, from the beginning you took the wrong path. You thought that the old woman had been poisoned and would definitely show signs of being poisoned, but you missed the boundary, the giant ghost said again. Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up when he heard this. That's right, he had taken the wrong path from the beginning and missed the boundary. Immediately he quietly probed with his soul power. On the old woman's body, he indeed detected the smell of a god's boundary. After the old woman gave her instructions, she also gave her will, causing everyone in the Lu family to shed tears. The Lu family was fought for by their ancestor in the past. It was said that the ancestor's seniority was so high that even the current city lord of E-City respected her. However, after today the glory of their Lu family would also fall. Ancestor. Great-grandmother. Everyone in the Lu family knelt and kowtowed. On the contrary, the old woman was open-minded and only smiled faintly. However, in her heart she was actually somewhat reluctant. It was not that she was reluctant to give up her old life, but she was reluctant to give up the Lu family and these juniors. Wait. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also spoke faintly. Everyone was stunned and their faces were filled with suspicion. Young Beast Lord and the others were incomparably embarrassed. At this moment, it was obvious that the Lu family was giving their will. Lin Ling's interruption was undoubtedly very rude. Sure enough, Lu Jiangnan's expression was somewhat ugly, but he still said indifferently, "Young hero, what is the matter?" Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling spoke again. "This poison, perhaps I can cure it." Boom. As soon as his voice fell, everyone's hearts exploded. They had asked all the experts to examine the poison in their ancestor, but no one could cure it. Now Lin Ling said that he could cure it? Young Beast Lord and the others' eyes trembled violently. At this critical moment, Lin Ling could not be joking, right? If he was joking, then the Lu family would be angered. "What did you say?" At this moment, Lu Jiangnan suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling, grabbed his clothes and said, "Say it again." "I said, perhaps I can cure this poison." Lin Ling was fearless and spoke again. "Do you know what this means? If you say you can cure it, then you can cure it. If anything happens to the ancestor, can you afford to pay for it?" Lu Jiangnan sensed that Lin Ling's cultivation was inferior to his and instantly thought that Lin Ling was boasting. "If I can cure this poison, will the old lady not make a mistake?" Chapter 37:15. 99%. His words were like a silent slap to Lu Jiangnan's face, making him dizzy. He had been worried about the old ancestor and was afraid that Lin Ling would cause the old ancestor's death. But Lin Ling told him that the old ancestor would not die if he could cure the poison? That was obviously impossible. "Haha, young man, you've got guts. Jiangnan, let him go and apologize, lest you offend the guest." At this time the old man was more open-minded and said with a smile. Lu Jiangnan quickly let go of Lin Ling and apologized. However, Lin Ling could understand his feelings, so he did not mind. "I wonder, what are your chances of curing the poison?" the old lady asked again. "Chances?" Lin Ling was still unsure, so he quietly asked the giant ghost. The giant ghost became impatient and replied fiercely, "Don't ask me such an idiotic question. You'll know after you break the barrier. Even a 3-year-old child can cure this poison." Lin Ling was speechless, but he knew that the giant ghost had no reason to lie to him. Therefore the poison was not difficult to cure. It was just that it was covered by a layer of fog, making it very mysterious. When they quietly asked, the old lady saw Lin Ling's silence and thought that Lin Ling was not confident. She sighed inwardly, but she felt that it was normal. That was because she could be considered as one of the most influential people in the world. However, even she could not identify the source of this poison. Instead, she felt that it was hard to unravel. Otherwise, she could cure the poison herself. The Lu family members also sighed inwardly, and their rising anticipation disappeared. Lu Jiangnan asked, "Young man, do you have a 30% chance of success?" Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head. The Lu family members' faces changed and they asked again, "Then you should have a 20% chance." A 20% chance, this was also very slim. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. "Ah." Lu Jiangnan's face turned ashen, but he did not dare to ask again. However, the old lady smiled and said, "Young man, you should have a 10% chance of success." In fact, everyone knew the answer. It should be a 10% chance of success. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. "What?" Everyone's face changed. "Less than a 10% chance? As the saying goes, a blind cat catches a dead mouse. If the chance was less than a 10% chance, they would not even touch the mouse's hair. Could it be? However, the old lady's eyes suddenly, because the chance of curing the poison had never been lower than 10%. She might as well not know at that time. Therefore Lin Ling should be more than 30%. "Young man, you mean you have a 40% chance of curing the poison?" Although she wasn't afraid of death, it would be better if she didn't have to die. Everyone's spirit trembled. Lu Jiangnan even gave himself a ruthless slap. His cheap mouth had underestimated this young master. It should be more than that. Not. More? Was more than 40? More than 40. Lin Ling finally expressed his opinion. Boom. Everyone's hearts beat violently. 90%. That was too exaggerated. It should be 99%. Thinking of the giant ghost's contemptuous expression, Lin Ling said with some certainty. 99%? Was that not 100%? Little ancestor. Everyone in the Lu family knelt down and kowtowed. That kind of gratitude came from the bottom of their hearts. Although I think it's 99%, it's not 100%. The remaining 10% might be an accident. If an accident happens, it will be beyond my control. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the old lady. In fact, before Lin Ling looked over, the old lady could not wait any longer. The Lu family hurriedly brought Lin Ling into a secret chamber. Outside, the secret chamber was surrounded by layers of experts to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Stay alert, everyone. Don't let even a fly pass. If you disturb the young hero's treatment, I'll kill you. Lu Jiangnan also gave a death order. As for young Master Yao and the others, they were undoubtedly treated as distinguished guests by the Lu family. They were served with good wine and meat. In the secret chamber, Lin Ling had the old lady sit down cross-legged. Lin Ling's soul power spread out, constantly searching for something. Sensing Lin Ling's terrifying soul power, the old ancestor of the Lu family was shocked. She looked forward to Lin Ling even more. She had seen pigs climb trees and salted fish come back to life, but this was the first time she had seen such a huge soul power. Lin Ling's face was solemn. His soul power continued to search and finally found something strange behind the old lady. It was a barrier. This was a god's barrier. It had the power to block everything. Unless it was a true barrier master, ordinary people would not be able to sense it. Even martial gods would not be able to sense it. Moreover, a barrier master might not be able to sense it. It had to be at the level of a barrier god. However, Lin Ling's Tao of barrier was the essence of 2 lives. In addition, he asked the giant ghost if there was something he did not understand. So, this god's barrier was not difficult. It's just as I thought. After a while, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Little friend, have you found anything? The old lady was delighted. This poison, I can cure it 100%. Lin Ling said confidently, in fact, with your experience, I'm 100% sure that I can cure this poison. His words made the old lady suspicious. However, Lin Ling explained again, this poison is very fierce, but it's not hard to cure. The hard part is the barrier. Because the god's barrier hides the poison, even the poisoned person himself cannot sense where the poison is. As the saying goes, prescribe the right medicine for the illness. If I can't find the symptoms, I can't prescribe the medicine. Lin Ling's words made the old lady even more confused. However, Lin Ling had already begun to break the barrier. His soul power was very strong. He could set up 10 billion barriers in a breath. In addition, he had the giant ghost's guidance. Suddenly, the old lady's back transformed. A huge sarcoma the size of a stone mill appeared. This sarcoma seemed to be alive. It was beating like a heart. On the surface there was a huge eye. This was the Duan family's fate wheel. What was more terrifying was that in the eye, there were countless souls of young boys and girls floating around, letting out resentful voices. The old lady had been carrying such a terrifying thing, but she did not notice it at all. At this moment, the old lady also understood. Prescribing the right medicine for the illness. It turned out that the signs of the poison were hidden. No wonder she had invited so many experts to cure the poison, but it was useless. It turned out that those people could not find the signs. Moreover, when those people arrived, their first thought was to cure the poison. They did not think about the barrier at all. However, these barriers are not simple. The person who set them up should be from Miao Xin's true teachings. Lin Ling said. Miao Xin's true teachings? Yes. Chapter 37:16. To the Yi Garden. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of someone, Princess Tian. He told her about Princess Tian's features and the old granny was shocked. She nodded and said, just as you said. Do you know her? Lin Ling pondered for a moment, and then a cold smile appeared on his face. The Duan clan had asked someone to plot against Senior from the very beginning, and set up a simple enchantment. After that, the woman who inherited the legacy of Miao Xin came uninvited and set up an even more powerful divine enchantment on top of the original enchantment. As a result, no one could break that enchantment. Then, Duan Wuhan came and helped the Lu family as the savior of the world. And that accomplice, that woman, her name is Princess Tian. The truth was revealed. It had to be said that this plan was watertight. If it weren't for the appearance of Lin Ling, Duan Wuhan would definitely have succeeded in his plot. After killing young Master Yao and the others, he would have destroyed the Lu family. As for Yi Qing, no one knew that he was the mastermind. Duan clan. A ferocious glint appeared in the old granny's eyes. Lin Ling didn't delay any longer. With a twitch of his brows, the evil ghost jellyfish appeared and began to devour the tumor. Although the sarcoma was highly toxic, the evil ghost jellyfish was not afraid of it. After swallowing it, it could refine it and turn it into another harmless energy that could be fed back to Lin Ling. A moment later, all the evil ghost jellyfish returned. Lin Ling immediately felt a pure energy surging within his body. This was a very pure power. Resentment. The resentment of the young boys and girls had been swallowed by the talent of the realm-swallowing beast. Resentment was also a type of ominous energy. Moreover, this resentment was formed by 49 people with extreme yin body and 81 people with pure yang body. It was truly extraordinary. Rumble. Lin Ling's body was filled with a murderous aura. The realm-swallowing beast's talent was increasing, and it had entered the 4th stage. At the side, the old granny sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how many kinds of power was this guy hiding? Previously there was the ghostly jellyfish and now there was the ferocious aura? If she knew that Lin Ling still had Buddhist chi, demonic chi, immortal chi and dragon god chi, she would be even more surprised. This was because, with so many different types of energy fusing into one body, an ordinary person would only end up exploding and dying. However, Lin Ling was safe and sound. This was the might of his primal chaos divine formula. After a long time Lin Ling opened his eyes. The ferocious aura in his primal chaos eye was even more terrifying. The old granny didn't dare to leave before and had been guarding Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was fine, she finally relaxed. "Thank you, senior." Lin Ling's eyes regained their clarity as he hurriedly said. He never thought that he would actually get such a great benefit from this trip. If Duan Wuhan knew about it, he would probably die from anger. Because the resentment was all thanks to Duan Wuhan. "I should be the one thanking you." The old granny shook her head and smiled kindly. "Senior, let's go out and make the Lu family happy. They have been worried for a long time." Next, Lin Ling walked out with the old granny. Just as they walked out of the secret room, a large number of people still gathered outside the secret room. When they heard the sound of the door opening, all of them became nervous. Lin Ling. Even young Demon Master and the others secretly clenched their fists. The door opened and a figure slowly walked out. He was dressed in a long robe and his long hair was tied behind his head. He seemed to be in high spirits. Was Lin Ling. Looking at him, everyone held their breaths. Lin Ling smiled and said lightly, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." After the words fell, beside him an old man walked out step by step. His back was straight and his eyes were like lightning. Boom. The hearts of the Lu family exploded. Led by Lu Jiangnan, everyone knelt down. Looking at her descendants, the old granny was undoubtedly very excited. However, she did not forget her benefactor. "You have to thank him." But everyone kowtowed to Lin Ling, "Benefactor." They shouted. Whether it was the elderly or the children at this moment, their gratitude to Lin Ling came from the bottom of their hearts. That was because Lin Ling had saved their Lu family's soul. Hee hee. Seeing this, Lin Ling also smiled brightly. Next, the old granny also took the initiative to speak. For this matter, she supported Lin Ling with all her strength. Obviously, the Lu family could not go against the Duan family. However, they would not let the mastermind Duan Wuhan off. Most importantly, this was E-City. E-City's city lord would definitely help the Lu family. Now, let's go and report Duan Wuhan. After getting the support of the Lu family, young Demon Master and the others also felt proud and elated. In fact, they were very unhappy about being wronged during this period. However, Lin Ling stopped them. "This matter is not urgent." Not urgent? Young Demon Master and the Lu family were all victims. They were more anxious than anyone else, so they were very surprised at this moment. Duan Wuhan is brewing and preparing to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Therefore, he will definitely go to the 8 campuses exchange and shine brightly. Since he is looking forward to this moment so much, why don't we step on him now? Lin Ling also told them the news he heard at the inn. "Brilliant, this plan is brilliant. When he is flying at the highest point, we will step on him. That will make people feel better." Young Demon Master and the others were all stunned. Suddenly they became even more excited and expectant. Even Lin Ling showed an expectant smile. He could guess that Duan Wuhan would definitely soar to the sky at the 8 campuses exchange. However, when he was shining brightly, he met him again. The 3rd time. Lin Ling wanted to stop him for the 3rd time and step him from the clouds into the mud of the earth. Such a blow was undoubtedly more unbearable than killing Duan Wuhan. That night, Lin Ling and the others also temporarily stayed in the Lu family. This was because they had spent a day helping the Lu family. It would be useless for them to rush back now. Lin Ling also sent a message to Yu Yu to reassure them. Then he started to cultivate. Currently, his 2 great talents had reached the 4th grade. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of LV2 Martial Ancestor Realm. He was only 1 step away from a breakthrough. The evil ghost jellyfish was indeed powerful. It could devour energy and feed it back to Lin Ling. The speed of his cultivation was much faster than using royal crystals. At this moment, Lin Ling was confident that he would not be afraid of anyone in the martial ancestor realm unless he encountered a LV7 half-step martial god realm. The night passed quietly and dawn arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Ling left, leaving young Demon Master and the others in the Liu family to wait for the crucial moment. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling off. Lin Ling walked through the mysterious clouds and appeared in E-City again. He glanced around and saw two things being discussed in the streets and alleys. First, it was about the robbery of the execution ground. This matter was becoming more and more serious. The whole city was shocked. If Lin Ling did not find the Liu family, he would be found in E-City in less than a day. Second, it was about the 8 campuses exchange. Chapter 37:17. Blocking the way. Although Yu and the rest did not participate in the exchange, they still asked others, so they slowly told Lin Ling. Yesterday's exchange was the time when the deans of the various academies explained martial arts. Many students benefited a lot and some even broke through. Now that they had comprehended it, the next step was to verify it. Today was obviously the exchange between the 8 academies. Martial arts, no matter where, martial arts would always be number one. When martial artists gathered together to discuss martial arts, it was inevitable that they would fight. After hearing the news, Lin Ling's eyes also lit up. He instantly guessed that today's exchange would be the time for Duan Wu Hen to soar to the sky. Let's go to E-Garden. Without further ado, Lin Ling hurriedly brought Yu and the rest to E-Garden. E-Garden's status in E-City was very high, so the location was not difficult to find. After spending some time, an ancient academy finally appeared in front of them. An ancient atmosphere pervaded the air, and ancient buildings were stacked on top of each other. Between the buildings there were green mountains and clear waters. When the wind blew, the trees rustled as if they were telling the ancient stories of the era of the gods. Looking at the ancient E-Garden, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Just from the aura of the academy, he felt that E-Garden's foundation was deeper than Snow Wind Academy's. Halt, who are you? At the ancient stone gate built by green rocks, several figures stood there. When they saw Lin Ling and the rest approaching, someone immediately shouted angrily. In fact, they were just talking nonsense because Lin Ling and the rest were wearing the robes of Snow Wind Academy. Unless they were fools, how could they not recognize them? So, they were obviously doing it on purpose. Because Lin Ling also saw that there were people entering E-Garden one after another, but these people did not stop them. And the people who entered were not students, but seemed to be martial artists of E-Garden. They must have come to watch the exchange between the 8 academies. People from Snow Wind Academy. Lin Ling immediately replied indifferently. I know you are from Snow Wind Academy. I'm asking, who are you? Don't you know that Snow Wind Academy only has 5 places? Now that these 5 places are in the academy, so you are not part of the 5 places. That means you are not qualified to enter E-Garden. One of the young men said harshly. From his robe, Lin Ling could tell that he was a student of Shenair Hall. No wonder he was guarding the door. It doesn't matter if we are on the list or not. They are all qualified to enter, so why aren't we qualified? Xian Yuangur couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly. Hehe, they are E-City's cultivators and their strength is not weak. As for you, I guess you are Wind Snow Academy's Shenyi Hall and Shenyi Hall's juniors. Of course you can't compare to them. The young man said disdainfully. Towards the Snow Wind Academy, they naturally did not put them in their eyes. Of course if you want to go in, you can. Another person said with a smile. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his thumb and index finger together. This gesture was undoubtedly asking for money. Other than looking down on the Snow Wind Academy, they also guessed that Lin Ling and the others had come because of the academy's reputation, so they took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Of course, if you don't have royal crystals, you can accompany us for a day. Someone was bold and said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Lin Ling took a step forward and slapped out. Bang! That person was suddenly swept away and smashed into the blue stone at the door. Then he slid down and scraped off a large piece of moss. Exclamation point. E-Garden's people were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so bold. You guys have guts. You're just from Shenyi Hall and you dare to take liberties with my women. Exclamation point. However, Lin Ling said coldly. He was already unhappy before, but who knew that these people were even more daring and dared to take liberties with Yu and the others. In addition, as soon as young Master Yao and the others left E-Garden, they were caught and executed, but E-Garden did not care about them at all. This made Lin Ling's impression of E-Garden worse and worse. You're courting death. Exclamation point. Damn, a junior dares to be so arrogant. Exclamation point. After those people were furious, they all wanted to attack. What happened? Exclamation point. But at this moment, a handsome man walked over with a large number of people. These people were all wearing long robes with the imprint of the 8 trigrams on the back. To be able to wear such long robes was an honor because they were the experts of Shenyi Hall. Senior. Yes. Those people immediately saluted, then pointed at Lin Ling and began to exaggerate. As they spoke, they sneered. However, Lin Ling also sneered. He wanted to see how arrogant this group of people could be. Sure enough, after listening to what was said, the person's face darkened. Sirs, the Wind Snow Academy only invited 5 people. You must have come because of its reputation. This matter is already against the rules and now you even dare to hit people? I am Li Mubai. For the dignity of E-Garden, I will arrest you and throw you to Snow Wind Academy. Then I will ask Snow Wind Academy if the upper beam is not upright and the lower beam is crooked. Yes. His words were full of disdain for Snow Wind Academy. Sirs, if the upper beam is not upright and the lower beam is crooked, I don't know about other academies, but E-Garden, I have eyes and can see. Lin Ling retorted, however, we are one of the 5 people. You are guarding the gate, which means that you are not experts and cannot be compared to us, so you are not qualified to discipline us. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. The people of E-Garden laughed angrily. These people were mocking the upper beam of E-Garden? These people were mocking them for not being qualified? What a joke. The people around also narrowed their eyes. They were curious about who Lin Ling and the others were. They were actually so unscrupulous at the gate of E-Garden. You said you are one of the 5 people. If you say you are, then you are? The exchange has been going on for a day. If you are one of the 5 people of Snow Wind Academy, you would have already been in E-Garden. Last night, E-Garden did not allow anyone to leave the academy. Could it be that you violated the rules and left E-Garden last night? That's right. In my opinion, they are just here to make up the numbers. Do you think we are idiots? The people of E-Garden laughed. I really do think you are idiots. Lin Ling knew that time was pressing, so he did not have time to talk nonsense. Since they blocked him, then he would fight his way in. Get lost. The Eye of Chaos appeared, and the experts of E-Garden and Shintu Halls could not block it. Dang dang dang. They stepped back, their faces pale as they opened up a path for him. Lin Ling led Yu and the others forward. Crazy. The surrounding warriors from E-City were shocked at this moment. Those people were blocked, so they forced their way in? This was not crazy, then what was? And the experts of E-Garden and Shintu Halls, each of their faces changed greatly. You say, we are not one of the 5 people of Snow Wind Academy? However, Lin Ling did not stop. His speed suddenly increased and he punched out. Bang. One person was hit, spitting out blood and flew out. Bang. The second person. Bang bang bang. The third person, the fourth person. Chapter 37:18. Participating in the competition. You can't even block one of my punches and you call yourself an expert of E-Garden. Shame on you. Lin Ling didn't even look at them as he led Yu and the rest forward. Those people sat on the ground, their faces as dark as the bottom of a nest. They felt extremely humiliated. Because there were many people in E-City watching, and they represented E-Garden, but they couldn't even block one punch. Aren't you guys a little too bold? However, the matter here had obviously alarmed the teachers of E-Garden, and several teachers flew over. The robes these people wore were obviously different. There were runes on the sides of the robes, and one of them no longer had the 8 trigrams behind him, but a huge E character. E-generation? Someone seemed to have guessed something and his face changed. In E-Garden, other than the Shin 3 halls, there was an even stronger circle, and that was the E-generation. These people were all ranked in the top 200 of the divine list. They were powerful and had terrifying talent, but they rarely appeared in E-Garden. Even if they stayed, they would be teachers. The teachers of E-Garden were obviously stronger than those of Snow Wind Academy. Needless to say, the experts of the Shin 3 halls were even stronger. After all, it was the 4th-ranked academy. They forced me to make a move because they questioned whether I was one of the top 5 candidates of the Snow Wind Academy. So I confirmed it. In the end, it seems that they are as weak as dogs. Since I can defeat them, it means that I am not an ordinary expert of the Shinsan Hall. I am definitely one of the top 5 candidates of the Snow Wind Academy. Lin Ling was not afraid at all, and said indifferently with his hands behind his back. This attitude undoubtedly angered the teachers. They looked at the students around them and immediately became angry. Trash, a group of trash, they had lost face for E-Garden. What is your name? The leader of the teachers said indifferently. He was surprised because the young man in front of him didn't seem to have a high cultivation level, but his strength was not weak. When did Snow Wind Academy have such an expert? Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not hide it. The teacher took out a jade slip and checked it, then nodded. Snow Wind Academy, there is indeed this name. If I'm not wrong, the two girls are Yu Yu and Shen Yuanga. Not bad. Lin Ling nodded. The teacher's face instantly turned ugly. Although he had confirmed Lin Ling's identity, Lin Ling was too arrogant. He had actually come to the E-Garden to participate in the exchange, yet he was actually late? Moreover, yesterday no one was allowed to enter or leave the E-Garden, yet this Lin Ling sneaked out. He was just about to flare up, but Lin Ling clearly guessed what he was going to say and said calmly, I didn't participate in the exchange yesterday and today is my first time here. In other words, I just arrived. What? The teachers were taken aback and became even angrier. So this guy wasn't late, nor did he sneak away last night. He had never attended the event. He didn't care about E-Garden at all. No, because they didn't care about him at all. If there's nothing else, I'm going in. Lin Ling ignored their anger and continued to lead Yu Yu and the others forward. Those teachers were so angry that their bodies were trembling. They wanted to flare up, but they couldn't find an excuse because Lin Ling really didn't sneak out last night. It wasn't considered a violation of the rules. As for being late, Yuan hadn't said anything about the punishment for being late. Perhaps Yuan felt that the students of the various academies wouldn't be late to the exchange that they were holding because they would be missing the discussion of the Tao by the experts of the various academies. However, there was someone who dared to be late and was late for an entire day. Teacher Yu, are we going to let the people of Snow Wind Academy be arrogant? Someone said unwillingly. They were the teachers of E-Garden with monstrous strength, but they couldn't do anything to a brat who was still wet behind the ears. They couldn't swallow this anger. How can we let them be arrogant? In their dreams, tell the E-Garden's Shinsan Hall students that if there's a chance, teach them a good lesson. The leading teacher said coldly. At this moment, the people of Snow Wind Academy were running around in circles. It's been a day and Lin Ling still hasn't appeared? Also, Yu Yu and the others didn't come either. The dean frowned. We don't know where they went. The other two Shinsan Hall students said helplessly. However, when they thought of what happened at the Jade Forest Inn, they were shocked and didn't know whether they should tell the dean or not. Because, at the Jade Forest Inn, all the experts of the major academies were afraid of Lin Ling. It was like a dream. Ai Lin Ling Lin Ling. The dean also shook her head helplessly. But at this moment, the jade tablet in her hand rang. Looking carefully, she finally smiled. Because Lin Ling and Yu Yu had arrived. Lin Ling is here, go pick them up. The dean immediately said and personally went out. A moment later, in the hall where the Snow Wind Academy lived, Lin Ling and the others also appeared. Looking at Lin Ling, the dean didn't have time to complain about Lin Ling's lateness and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lin Ling, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The two Shinsan Hall experts were happier than anyone else at this moment. Because the Shinsan Hall competition would be held soon. With just the two of them, they were afraid that they couldn't support the Snow Wind Academy. Speaking of this, the dean couldn't care about anything else and quickly told them about the competition. To put it bluntly, it was just a proper competition between the 8 major academies, nothing more. But this was related to the honor of each academy. Although the Snow Wind Academy had always been at the bottom, the dean still had hoped that the Snow Wind Academy could straighten its back and be awe-inspiring for once. So, she also asked for Lin Ling's help. No problem, this first place, I want it. However, without waiting for the dean to finish speaking, Lin Ling had already agreed. Because he knew that Duan Wuhan would definitely be the first, so how could Lin Ling not interrupt? Secondly, if Lin Ling couldn't make a name for himself, Duan Wuhan wouldn't be able to discover him. And Lin Ling wanted Duan Wuhan to discover him. You agreed? The dean and the others were surprised. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so straightforward. Yes, it's time for me to make a move. Lin Ling nodded solemnly. His eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. After breaking through to the martial ancestor realm, he had been relatively low-key. But now he should also take a step forward and let the 36 academies know that he was Lin Ling, including Wen Tian Martial God. He had a feeling that this battle would definitely enter Wen Tian Martial God's eyes. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of this. He dared to become famous in one battle, so naturally he dared to confront Wen Tian Martial God. because it was time for his battle with Wentian martial god to begin. Then let's hurry over, I'm afraid it has already begun. The dean hurriedly said and led Lin Ling and the others out of the hall. At this moment, in the eastern part of E-Garden, there was a hubbub of voices. A huge 8 trigrams martial stage appeared there, surrounded by 8 small stages, namely Qian Zhen Qin Zhen Kuan Sun Li Dui. Chapter 37-19. The First Battle. Speaking of which, there was no reward for this competition. It was just a test of strength and martial arts exchange. However, the surroundings were still bustling with noise and excitement. The martial artists from E-City and other martial artists were all watching. To them, it was extremely rare to see E-Garden's experts fighting. Duan Wuhan, amazing. Of course, the one who received the most attention was Duan Wuhan. Princess Tian came as a representative of Miao Shen's true inheritance. She is not weak. However, there were also experts on the other stages. There were many people on the stage and they could not see all of them, so most of them stared at the powerful stage. At the Zhen stage there were also a large number of experts sparring. Ironically, the 5 spots of Flicker Academy, except for Ba Shan, were all defeated. As for Snow Academy, the 5 people had not come yet. It was as if it had become a competition between the 6 academies. However, people were not surprised because they were not here for the bottom academies. The experts of those academies were not worth watching. When Lin Ling and the others appeared on the Zhen stage, the competition had not started yet. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that there were actually 100 people on the stage. One had to know that the Flicker Academy and the Snow Wind Academy added together only had 10 spots. The other academies have many experts. It is said that the weakest of them is worth more than our strongest, so there are more spots. The dean knew Lin Ling's doubts and immediately explained. It seemed that the difference in the rankings of the various academies could also show their treatment. No matter, 100 people is 100 people. However, Lin Ling did not care. To him, only Duan Wuhan was barely worthy of his attention. Hearing Lin Ling's confident words, the dean and the others' hearts trembled. Lin Ling was so confident? Dean, I won't participate. Me too. The other 2 students of Shinsan Hall gave up. They knew their strength and they would only lose face if they went up. The dean did not stop them. She also thought so. Brother Ling, we won't go up either. You go. Yu and the others also did not plan to fight because this kind of competition had no meaning. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, if Lin Ling had not come for Duan Wuhan, he would not have participated in this kind of competition. After all, there were no prizes. E-Garden was too stingy. Duan Wuhan. Next, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at the other side of the martial platform. He knew that this person was there. Duan Wuhan's strength had obviously increased greatly, so Lin Ling also wanted to fight with him to see where his limits were. Next, the dean hurriedly went to register Lin Ling. At this time, Dean Liu of the Flicker Academy also walked over. When he learned that Lin Ling was going to participate in the competition, he immediately shook his head. This kind of martial stage is actually their stage. Our academies at the bottom are at most cannon fodder. Clearly he did not think highly of Lin Ling. Beside him were the 4 people from the Flicker Academy. They looked at Lin Ling with burning gazes. They obviously hoped that Lin Ling could win, and win beautifully, to tell people that the academies at the bottom also had strong cultivators. The reason why they had such confidence was because of Lin Ling's feat at the Jade Forest Inn. Lin Ling, do your best. Then they all cheered for Lin Ling. That scene shocked Dean Liu. His own students actually took the initiative to cheer for Lin Ling? What kind of joke was this? He knew that even though Lin Ling had defeated his students, these guys were still not convinced of his strength. Just as he was thinking about it, the yard master had already walked back and registered Lin Ling. Lin Ling also took the jade token that represented his qualification to participate in the competition. He glanced at it lightly. There was a 9 engraved on it. It seemed to be number 9. Lin Ling, it's your turn. At this moment, the dean also spoke, which surprised Lin Ling and the others. So fast? Looking at the martial arts arena, 10 people appeared there. They were wearing all kinds of clothes, obviously from different academies. They all had cold smiles on their faces. Of course, as the host, E-Garden had the most people, with 5 of them. That was because the first round of the Zhen martial arts arena had just begun. In addition to the large number of people, 10 people were sent out for the first round. It was a chaotic battle. The winner would stay and the weak would be eliminated. Lin Ling, you must win. The dean immediately nodded at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled casually and walked up the stairs to the martial arts arena step by step. It's him. At this moment, someone stared at Lin Ling on the stage. It was the teachers from E-Garden. Jun Martial Arts Arena, who's up there? Someone asked coldly. There are a few people, the strongest among them is Honorable Alchemy. Someone looked at the jade slip in his hand and immediately replied. Well, let Honorable Alchemy be the first to eliminate Snow Wind Academy. At present, among the 8 academies, Flicker Academy still has 1 person who hasn't been eliminated, and Snow Wind Academy has 4 people who don't dare to go up. So as long as that kid named Lin Ling is eliminated, Snow Wind Academy will lose face. Haha, he was so arrogant before. Today we'll make him lose face and let his academy suffer the same fate. How can E-Garden be compared to those half-baked academies? Those teachers all sneered and secretly transmitted their voices to each other. At this moment, on the martial arts arena, a young man was eating grapes calmly. Then he received the voice transmission and was suddenly shocked. It was the teacher's entrustment. This was a great gift. Lin Ling, which idiot is it? He couldn't help but shout at the people on the martial arts arena. Everyone shook their heads. However, someone suddenly pointed at Lin Ling, who had just come up, and said, "It should be him. Ah, what a guy with bad luck. Then he'll be the first to be eliminated." The young man named Honorable Alchemy laughed proudly as he ate grapes in big mouthfuls. Lin Ling had already stepped onto the martial arts arena. He glanced at the crowd and couldn't help but shake his head. But at this moment, a contemptuous voice sounded. "You're Lin Ling, right?" "Ha!" Lin Ling frowned. Someone knew him? And it seemed to be someone from E-Garden. "So what if I am?" Lin Ling nodded. "Do you know how to write the word bad luck? You're really unlucky to have met me. Haha, remember, I'm Honorable Alchemy. You're the first to be eliminated. Don't ask me why, I don't care to say," Honorable Alchemy said while eating grapes. To him, eliminating Lin Ling would earn his teacher's favor and make him famous at the same time. Why wouldn't he do it? As for Lin Ling, he had never heard of him, so he didn't care at all. Lin Ling was surprised once again. That guy spoke in such a baffling manner. Was he crazy? He could clearly see that the person only had an ultimate desolate body of a 5th grade. He didn't know where he got his confidence from. "This is a sparring session. Killing is not allowed. Begin." A referee announced the rules. Following that, the sparring began. Chapter 37:20. IQ Top-Up. Lin Ling was also deeply aware of this, but he was too lazy to care. He just wanted to see who would choose him as their opponent. Eliminate him. But at this time, the Pill Venerable suddenly pointed at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Ling with evil intentions, and some even looked at Lin Ling with a pitiful look. "Running away is useless, you must be beaten down by us. As for your name, we don't care. We only know that you are from Snow Wind Academy, and that is enough." A disdainful voice floated out from the martial stage. "What?" Below the martial stage, the Dean and Dean Lu's pupils constricted. They actually joined hands? And the first to eliminate Lin Ling? This was too unfair. Simply shameless. The Dean couldn't help but shout angrily, looking at the referee, but the referee was also afraid of the Dean, so he could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Who they choose to eliminate is up to the student, we can't do anything about it. Bastard. The Dean finally scolded. Those who could appear on the martial stage were not weak. Maybe Lin Ling was stronger than them, but they were ganging up on him. This also let her know that someone had bribed the people on the martial stage. On the other side, the E-Garden teacher was laughing very happily. That arrogant brat from before, now he knows how to regret. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The trash from Snow Wind Academy used everyone to gang up on him. This was giving him enough face. Even if he lost happily. The people from E-Garden are too arrogant. The 4 people from Glint Academy also shook their heads. They sensed that the people on the martial stage were not weaker than them, so how could they fight? They never thought that Snow Wind Academy would be the first of the 8 academies to be eliminated. In this way, Snow Wind Academy would lose face. However, compared to the complicated emotions of the crowd, Yu Yu and Xian Yuangura were very calm. "They are just sheep," Yu Yu said calmly. "That's right. Even if we work together, we'll just be a herd of sheep." Xian Yuangura nodded. On the stage, Pill Sovereign was still eating grapes. In fact, he had bought everyone here with a large sum of money. After all, there were no rewards for the competition, so not everyone was willing to work hard. On the contrary, they were willing to admit defeat if someone paid them. And as long as the Snow Wind Academy was eliminated, everyone would admit defeat. In this way, the Honorable Dan would smoothly pass the first battle. He was going to become a seated contestant of this martial stage. Moreover, his father was a true disciple of Miao Shen's world spiritist deity. He did not have much, but he had a lot of money. Time's up. Finally, the Pill Sovereign ate another grape. Those people finally pounced on Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head. I didn't expect you to have such a trashy method. But it's a pity that you met me. No matter how many people there are, they are just sheep. In the face of a wolf, it's not much use. After saying that, Lin Ling summoned the evil ghost jellyfish. Countless jellyfish wandered around the martial stage. And with the help of the evil ghost jellyfish, Lin Ling also pounced forward, the power of his god-devil body erupting. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling was like a siege car, advancing by leaps and bounds. Everywhere he passed, people were blown out of the martial stage like scattered flowers. The scene was extremely spectacular. At this moment, the dean and the others were all staring with their eyes wide open. This attack was too violent. What? The remaining people on the martial stage were all shocked and had no choice but to be serious. Someone tried to approach Lin Ling for a sneak attack, but as soon as he got close, a sword suddenly appeared and pointed sharply at him. Get off the martial stage yourself. Lin Ling didn't even look at that person as he said indifferently. These swords were the true dark swords. They automatically protected their master and were not something that these weaklings could resist. Okay. With so many swords pointed at him, that person was obviously frightened and left the martial stage with a pale face. Yes, get lost. Lin Ling said seriously. Get lost like a ball? That person smiled bitterly and then rolled off the martial stage like a ball. Ha ha ha. The 4 people from Flicker Academy immediately laughed. He was the most humiliating loser. Pop, pop, pop. Lin Ling's attacks didn't stop. He was like a mad dragon sweeping through the sea. In the end, everyone on the martial stage was defeated or sent flying. Only the Sovereign of Pills was left. He was still eating grapes, but he couldn't swallow any more. How could it be like this? He shook his head blankly, his face pale. In his imagination, everyone would admit defeat to him and he would proudly win the first round. Then he would defeat the others and become a seated contestant, making a name for himself in the 36 academies. In this way, his father would be proud of him. However, the drastic change was that not a single person had been eliminated, but he was the one who had lost. Haha, you're arrogant and shameless. Now let's see what happens next. Trash, you're not strong enough, so you rely on others. I don't believe you can win in the end. The 4 people from Flicker Academy couldn't help but curse. As for the teachers in the distance, they were so angry that their faces turned black. They didn't expect Honorable Alchemy to be so useless, and they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. Originally, they wanted to embarrass Wind Academy, but now Wind Academy had become a little famous. You get lost immediately and admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Do you know who my father is? In the face of everyone's mockery, Honorable Alchemy stopped eating grapes and shouted at Lin Ling angrily. You know, people can recharge. For example, you should recharge something. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. He really admired this guy. Did he rely on his father to get to where he was now? What recharge? I don't understand. Besides, what should I recharge? Honorable Alchemy asked subconsciously. You should recharge your IQ. Everything below your head is considered human, but your body is like a pig's brain. Lin Ling said indifferently. How dare you laugh at me? You're dead. You're dead. Honorable Alchemy was stunned and shouted loudly. However, Lin Ling moved and appeared in front of Honorable Alchemy. He punched Honorable Alchemy in the stomach and made him spit out the grapes he had been eating. Then he flew off the stage like a kite with a broken string. He was completely eliminated. Wind Academy's Lin Ling wins. At the same time, the referee announced calmly. I've lost. I've fucking lost. How is this possible? On the ground, Honorable Alchemy was still spitting out grape juice. He then looked angrily at the referee and said, Referee, I'm from E Academy. I haven't lost yet. How dare you judge me to lose? Be careful, my father will settle the score with you. As soon as he said this, there was a lot of laughter around the stage. For the sake of fairness, the referee wasn't from the major academies, but from the gods. He was a 9th grade divine paladin. A mere piece of trash dared to threaten a ninth-grade divine paladin? Wasn't he courting death? Chapter 37:21. Don't get off the stage. Get lost. The referee slapped Senior Dan heavily to the ground, and the bunch of grapes in his hand were smashed into a meat patty. "E-Garden, are they all a bunch of idiots?" the referee said disdainfully. These words were undoubtedly overturning all boats, making E-Garden lose a lot of face. This trash. The teachers of E-Garden suddenly felt like digging a hole in the ground and burrowing into it. Whose student is this? How can he be so retarded to become a top expert of Shinsan Hall? It's really a disgrace to us. Senior Dan, expel him tomorrow. He must have relied on his father to enter E-Garden. His teacher must also be severely punished. Not only did E-Garden lose face, but even the teacher behind Senior Dan was also unlucky. In the direction of the Zhen stage, many people were also staring at Lin Ling. The deans and teachers of the major academies narrowed their eyes. Snow Wind Academy, this time an expert had come. "Referee, can I not get off the stage?" At this time, Lin Ling suddenly said indifferently. What do you mean?" The referee frowned and looked suspiciously at Lin Ling. The teachers of E-Garden, the dean of Snow Wind Academy, and Dean Lu were also the same. "In this Zhen martial platform, I'm still number one. I'm a seated contestant, so to avoid trouble, I don't plan to go down. Let the warriors of this martial platform fight me," Lin Ling said. "What?" The referee was shocked. "Moreover, it doesn't matter if it's a war of attrition or a sea of people," Lin Ling said again. "Crazy. Who is this person? He actually dares to threaten to occupy the Zhen stage. Does he think that our E-Garden doesn't exist? Not to mention E-Garden, even our Heavenly Pill Academy is treated as non-existent by him." Lin Ling's words undoubtedly caused a huge uproar, and the people of the major academies were furious. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it and looked to the other side. On the distant martial stage there was also a fierce battle going on. Perhaps Duan Wuhan was there. Lin Ling and Duan Wuhan would have a battle sooner or later, so Lin Ling did not intend to waste time. He even wanted to cause a sensation. He wanted Duan Wuhan to see him, including Yi Cheng. In this way the city lord of Yi City would come, and the show would officially begin. However, at present the 8 martial stages were far away from each other. Coupled with the large number of people, Duan Wuhan and the others did not notice the Zhen word stage. "That's possible, but it depends on whether they agree or not. After all, I'm only a referee, but the ones fighting are the experts of the various academies," the referee suddenly said after recovering from his shock. "They will agree." Lin Ling chuckled. He glanced at the side of the stage and shouted calmly, "You trash. Losers. If you don't agree, come and fight me." "What? Trash? How dare you? You're only an early-stage martial progenitor. Although you're quite capable, do you really think that you can defeat over 90 people?" The experts from the various academies were furious. The referee sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, Lin Ling did not need to fight so many people. He only needed to compete with them. However, in order to quickly end the battle, Lin Ling chose to fight more than 90 experts. It had to be said that this move greatly despised the experts of the various academies, especially the teachers of E-Garden. They were the hosts. Now Lin Ling was more like the host. "I agree. I agree too." Next, many experts who were going to fight nodded. For them, it was more important to get rid of Lin Ling first. Then, according to the method of drawing lots, 10 people would fight. These 10 people were from other academies, but Lin Ling's luck was good because there were not many experts from E-Garden this time. Although among the 8 academies, other than Snow Wind Academy and Flicker Academy, the other academies had many experts, there was no doubt that as the host, E-Garden had the most experts. The first time he fought 10 people in a row, he could say that he defeated them because he caught them off guard. But the second time he won't be able to take advantage of them. Humph, even if he won by luck, he's definitely exhausted. Let's see how he's going to fight the third round. This time we must slap Snow Wind Academy's face. Looking at the 10 fierce people, the teachers of E-Garden sneered. At this moment, on the martial arts platform, Lin Ling had his hands behind his back and looked at the 10 people calmly. Then he was a little surprised because a few of them looked familiar. "Begin." At the same time, the referee's shout was heard. "Experts of the third hall, for your dignity, you must defeat him ruthlessly. Make your move." Just as the referee's voice fell, the teachers also spoke. They stood up excitedly, looking forward to the fierce siege. One person against 10 people, and this was the second time. They didn't think that Lin Ling could win again. On the martial arts platform, the atmosphere gradually became oppressive. Even the dean and the others clenched their fists, incomparably nervous. In fact, they didn't know why Lin Ling chose to fight 100 people, but Lin Ling had already made his decision, so they could only pray that Lin Ling could win, and even if he lost it wouldn't be too shameful. Lin Ling's previous words were full of contempt. "I'm afraid this battle will be very fierce," Dean Lu said solemnly. "Admit defeat." "I also admit defeat. Damn it, I don't want to fight anymore." However, on the martial arts platform, a voice suddenly sounded in unison. The 10 people instantly withdrew their powerful momentum and admitted defeat one by one. What's going on? The people around the martial arts platform were all dumbfounded. They didn't even fight and they admitted defeat? Jianghu, what are you doing? A teacher from the academy shouted angrily as if he expected better from Jianghu. However, the people on the martial arts platform didn't pay attention to the teacher at all. Instead, they walked politely towards Lin Ling and then bowed together. "Big brother Lin Ling." When the voice floated out, everyone's mouths all turned into an O shape. Admitting defeat was one thing, but they even called him Big Brother? "Lim, you can leave now." Lin Ling also nodded, and then under everyone's astonished gaze, the 10 people all left. Just like that, Lin Ling easily eliminated 20 people. "Next round, let's have something more powerful." Lin Ling's casual voice floated out at the same time. His voice was full of sarcasm. As for the referee, he was stunned for a moment, then immediately announced the third round. No one knew if Lin Ling's luck had run out, because at the beginning of the third round, the 10 people were all from the same academy, and this academy was ranked 17th among the 36 academies, called 7 Mile Academy. Most importantly, the experts of this academy were very proud. Even when facing the experts of E-Garden, they didn't take a step back. "Ah, my luck has run out. Ah." Chapter 37-22. Admit defeat together. In the past, I always thought that the 7 Mile Academy was disgusting, but for some reason I think it's cute today. Those fellows are very stubborn. Yesterday, during the forum discussion, their arrogance soared to the sky. Now that trash from the Snow Wind Academy killed a boatload of people with one strike, with the pride of the 7 Mile Academy, they will definitely not let him off. 7 Mile Academy, I suddenly like them. After the competition ends, I, Teacher Lu, will treat them to a drink. Compared to the smugness of the E-Garden's teachers, the expressions of the 4 from the Flicker Academy changed. It's the 7 Mile Academy students. It's over. Those fellows don't care about family. Brother Lin Ling is in danger. Are they very powerful? The 2 students from the Snow Wind Academy immediately asked with a frown. They aren't powerful, but it's mainly their personalities. They can't bear to be provoked. Besides, they are unafraid of death. They even dare to fight with gods. In all the dangerous places in the universe, there's no place they don't dare to go. It's said that not long ago many people from their academy returned from a mystic realm with their strength greatly increased. I think that mystic realm is called the Black Gold Castle. It's over. It's over. Brother Lin Ling's words previously hooted everyone. He is now in danger. After a round of discussion, they felt that things were not looking good. As for Yu and company, they frowned. The people on the stage were all stronger than Ba Shan. Their ancestral power was extremely terrifying. And although Ba Shan's talent was high, reaching the 7th grade ultimate desolate body, his talent had a huge flaw. That was that it had no offensive power. Don't you find those people familiar? However, Xian Yuan suddenly frowned. In the Black Gold Castle, she and Yu were besieged. At that time they had fought many people, so they suddenly felt that they had seen those people somewhere before. Yu nodded. "I have the same feeling." At this moment, 10 people were standing quietly on the stage. They were wearing white robes and hats. They did not even look at Lin Ling. "Kid, admit defeat yourself." Someone finally spoke. Lin Ling's gaze swept across them and found that they were much stronger. They were late-stage martial ancestors and all of them were 6th grade talents. Furthermore, their ancestral power was not weak. Clang. Lin Ling pulled out the sword in his hand. "If you want me to admit defeat, ask the sword in my hand first." "Kid, I have to say that you're really ignorant. You don't know the name of our 7 Mile Academy. To put it bluntly, we're a gathering place of martial arts fanatics. To put it bluntly, we're a gathering place of paranoia. Whoever is stronger will challenge them. Even if we can't beat them, we won't retreat. The more dangerous the place is, the more we will go there. Bigots. This was indeed the best way to describe it. Let me tell you, the 10 of us just came out from a dangerous secret territory. Although there was a 90% chance of survival, we still did not retreat, and the heavens are fair. If you put in effort, you will be rewarded. Right now, our strength has greatly increased, and you are from the Snow Wind Academy, right? If I remember correctly, in your academy Shinsen Hall, the strongest is Kagura, but unfortunately we have already surpassed her, and the reason is because of that secret territory. The 10 people were still wearing their hats, giving them a mysterious feeling. In fact, people did feel that they were very mysterious. Perhaps the unknown was the most dangerous. Kagura. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had felt that it was strange because Kagura was not weak in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Now there were 10 people who were not weaker than her. This did not make sense. But now Lin Ling understood. It turned out that these 10 people had obtained great opportunities and their strength had greatly increased. You must be very surprised. Hearing Lin Ling mention Kagura, another person said, however, you will be surprised later because you may not know that Kagura is already dead. We also know who killed Kagura. In the final world, there are not many people who know this secret. There is always someone better than you. Using Kagura's death to climb up, boy, I'm afraid your strength is only so. Alright, I've said what needs to be said. If you understand, then you understand. If you don't, then we will make you understand. As the words fell, the 10 people finally took off their hats and a powerful aura erupted at the same time. The martial stage shook. The faces of the surrounding people all turned serious, and the teacher of E-Garden couldn't help but laugh out loud. I really don't know what you are talking about. But speaking of Kagura, I'm sorry, I am more familiar with them than you. Now let's fight. Lin Ling activated the ancestral power of the Tyrant Song Sword. Murderous and demonic aura shook and then shot toward the 10 people. You overestimate yourself. The 10 people finally looked at Lin Ling with a domineering look in their eyes. However, this domineering aura was very strong at first, but it gradually converged and disappeared without a trace. They looked at the young man who pounced on them and their pupils trembled. Especially when their eyes fell on the sword, their bodies began to tremble. Xiongda, that's a big sword. Did you see it? I saw it. Although the guy in the black gold castle turned into a monster and no one could see his appearance clearly, I remember that he had a big sword in his hand. Moreover, there were runes on the sword. I remember some of the runes very clearly. Not good, that big sword is the one in the black gold castle. Oh my god, could it be that he is that monster? I think it's most likely. Kagura was killed by him. Fuck, I actually cheered Kagura up in front of him? Seeing Lin Ling pounce on them, the 10 people trembled even more. Plop. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the 10 people all knelt down. We admit defeat. As soon as the voices were heard, the surroundings of the ring fell silent. Even the people on the other rings finally cast their gazes toward them. After all, the scene of 10 experts in white robes kneeling down at the same time was quite spectacular. As soon as the words admit defeat were uttered, the eyes of the teachers of E-Garden almost fell out. Aren't these guys paranoid? Aren't they the stronger they are, the more dangerous they will be? Why are they admitting defeat at the same time? Lin Ling's sword stopped in front of one of the people's neck. He frowned as he had no idea what these people were up to. We admit defeat, we admit defeat. The 10 people did not even dare to look at Lin Ling. Although they were paranoid, they had witnessed how terrifying Lin Ling was in the Black Gold Castle. He had fought against 10 academies alone, summoned the evil spirits, and even fought against a half-martial god realm expert. In the end, the heavens had no choice but to subdue this monster by sending a calamity and bringing him into the ancient coffin. However, a monster was indeed a monster. He had escaped from the ancient coffin. When a paranoid person met such a monstrous monster, any paranoid person would be scared to the point of dispersing into ashes. We admit defeat. Chapter 37-23. Sweeping the martial stage. After admitting defeat, the 10 people quickly left the martial stage and disappeared into the crowd. They ran faster than they had imagined. This? Even the referee was dumbfounded. He thought that there would be a big battle. In the end, the thunder was loud but the rain was small. Lin Ling wins. Then he had no choice but to announce Lin Ling's result. In this way, Lin Ling had eliminated 30 people. Such a fast speed caused people from the various martial stages to look over and they were all shocked. Because until now, the other martial stages had only fought less than 10 rounds and only a dozen people had been eliminated. However, the Tremor martial stage had eliminated 30 people in a short period of time. The speed was lightning. Most importantly, from the beginning to the end, it seemed that only one person had taken action. Pa pa pa. As for the teachers of E-Garden, their faces seemed to have been slapped silently. They were slapped until their noses were crooked. Because Lin Ling had already won 30 rounds in a row. Except for the first 10 people, the rest had all admitted defeat. This guy must have cheated and bribed those people. They really couldn't think of a reason, so they could only curse. But it was useless because Lin Ling was still challenging. Referee, let the next 70 people go on stage at the same time. Moreover, Lin Ling was crazy again and again, planning to amaze the world with a single feat because he still hadn't found Duan Wuhan. He knew that his battle was not sensational enough. 70 people at once? The referee didn't expect Lin Ling to be even more domineering than before. That's right, it's not that I'm looking down on them, but they are indeed a bunch of trash. In order to infuriate his opponents, Lin Ling was not polite with his words. This depends on whether they agree or not. The referee could only look at the people who were about to fight. Among the people who were about to fight, those who had been to the 8 gods' heavenly palace did not dare to fight, and even told their friends and family not to fight. On the contrary, those who did not know Lin Ling were furious. They were not afraid of Lin Ling because from the beginning to the end, they did not see Lin Ling make a move. On the contrary, Lin Ling relied on his mouth to easily defeat 30 people. However, before they could speak, those who had been to the 8 gods' heavenly palace immediately forfeited. Judge, I forfeit this Zhen martial platform. It's just an exchange of pointers. It makes no difference whether we fight or not. I forfeit as well. In just a short period of time, 20 people had given up. All forfeit? Their decision was earth-shattering. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. This was because Lin Ling had acted arrogantly once again. Everyone thought that the remaining people would be enraged and join forces to eliminate Lin Ling. However, in the end, there were 20 people who did not even dare to enter the arena and directly admitted defeat. This kind of change felt like a dream. Cheating, they must have cheated. I never thought that the Snow Wind Academy would be so shameless just to become famous. A Garden teacher could not help but stand up and scold. You shut up. However, these words angered the principal. She glared at them with her tiger-like eyes and was imposing without being angry. Why didn't you say anything when someone from your E-Garden bribed their opponent? Now that our students have successfully eliminated their opponent, you say they cheated? Do you have any evidence? Although the Snow Wind Academy could not be compared to the E-Garden, the principal was not weak. She pointed at those teachers and scolded them. Principal, please calm down. This. How could those teachers have any evidence? If you don't have evidence, then it's slander. All of you give yourselves 3 slaps. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The principal shouted again. She was not even afraid of the E-Garden's principal, so why would she be afraid of those teachers? If not for her seniority, she would have already taken action herself. Okay, I'll slap you. Those teachers did not dare to offend the principal and began to slap their own faces. Slap, slap, slap. The sound was crisp and clear, attracting even more people's attention. No one expected that the exchange of pointers in the academy would cause the teachers to slap their own faces. It was really comical. As a result, even more people were looking at the Tremor stage. That guy seems to be called Lin Ling, right? He's really arrogant. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Lin Ling? This name sounds familiar. Could it be him? That's impossible. He just entered the Shinsan Hall. You've heard of this name before? He's from the God Slayer Alliance. He's the first junior to reach the 9th floor in the Tongshin Tower. It's actually him. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's name began to spread. Speaking of the Tongshin Tower, people's first impression was naturally Snow Wind Academy's Lin Ling. God Slayer Alliance. As for the E-Garden's martial artists who were watching the battle, their eyes quietly narrowed. If they did not remember wrongly, E-City was going all out to arrest young Demon Lord and Imogenzi of the God Slayer Alliance. Why was there another person from the God Slayer Alliance here? Go and inform the City Lord. At the same time, investigate this Lin Ling's identity in the God Slayer Alliance. Also, find out where he went yesterday. Someone quietly transmitted his voice, causing even more people to leave quietly to investigate in secret. E-City clearly had more clues about the robbery of the execution ground. If the guards of the execution ground were to come, then they would be able to see if Lin Ling was the person who robbed the execution ground. However, they did not know that all of this was the effect that Lin Ling wanted. After all, if the city lord of E-City did not come, who would slap Duan Wuhan's face at that time? Looking at the martial stage again, there were now 40 people gathered. It could be seen that Lin Ling's bombing this time had made everyone unhappy, and 40 people appeared on the martial stage at the same time. It had to be said that it was a unique scene among the 8 martial stages. Hey, what's going on over there? I heard that a student from the Snow Wind Academy wants to sweep the entire martial stage by himself. Snow Wind Academy? So arrogant. I thought that today's martial stage was Duan Wuhan and E Gardens. One person against 40 people, what a big tone. What's that guy's name? More and more people were paying attention to the martial stage. In contrast, the dean of the Snow Wind Academy was also shocked, and a sense of pride suddenly arose spontaneously. Their Snow Wind Academy had not been so proud in the final world for many years. Snow Wind Academy? At this moment, on the Earth stage there were also people who were paying attention to Lin Ling. A woman frowned slightly and raised her neck to look over, but because of the distance and the sea of people, she could not see clearly. She could only ask the people around her. And the result was that it was Lin Ling from the Snow Wind Academy. Lin Ling? Lin Ling? The woman's face changed and her heart suddenly became a little nervous. And she was Princess Tian. Impossible, I saw Lin Ling die in the Platinum Hall with my own eyes. How did he come back to life? It must be a rumor. But soon Princess Tian shook her head again. She thought it was a coincidence that she met someone with the same name and from the same academy. Chapter 37-24. Display of Strength. After that, she shook her head and ignored the battle. In her opinion, it was a joke for one person to fight 40 people. It might be possible if it was Duan Wuhan or Zhou Jun, but the others were just trash. Brother Zhou Jun, it's your turn to fight. She then looked at her martial ring and said with a smile, Princess Tian, I'll win for you. Next to her, a heroic young man with an extraordinary bearing smiled gently at her. This person was a master of the E Garden's 3rd hall. Although he wasn't the strongest, he was the strongest in this competition. He was qualified to have a fierce battle with Duan Wuhan. Most importantly, this person had been pursuing the Heavenly Princess. For this reason, the Heavenly Princess had come to the E Garden to watch this battle. The young man smiled and stepped into the void, appearing on the martial ring in the blink of an eye. With his identity and strength, he should have been the focus of attention, but the sudden appearance of the alien star on the other side had snatched most of the attention away from him. The battle on the other side was Lin Ling's battle against 40 people. No one thought that Lin Ling could win. Most of them thought that Lin Ling had lost his mind. If 40 people joined forces, Lin Ling might be killed as there were too many people to control their moves. Therefore, most of them wanted to see how long it would take for Lin Ling to be defeated. I think it will take an incense stick's worth of time. An incense stick's worth of time? You overestimate him. 40 people, all of them experts from the 3rd hall. You should know that none of the participants are weak. In my opinion, that arrogant guy Lin will be defeated in 10 breaths' time. I think so too. The crowd discussed fervently. On the martial ring, the 40 people looked ferocious. After defeating all of you, there are only 10 people left. I'm not disappointed by the speed of the battle. However, Lin Ling rested his sword on his shoulder and nodded calmly. His reaction was like adding fuel to the fire. 40 of them had gone up the stage, but this person was still calm? A mere second-layer martial progenitor, not to mention that he was from the Snow Wind Institute. They could not help but wonder what made him so confident. You're going to lose, you're definitely going to lose. Now it's time for you to pay a heavy price. One of them was impulsive and released all his strength. He immediately used the ultimate 6th grade desolate body. In the sky above the martial platform, a gigantic blood crocodile appeared, stirring up the wind and clouds. And in front of Lin Ling, a huge pair of scissors pounced over like the mouth of a crocodile, wanting to cut Lin Ling in half. This person did not hold back at all when he attacked. He was completely trying to kill Lin Ling. Perhaps he also wanted to use this battle to make a name for himself. Let me show you my green wave divine shears. However, it had to be said that this person's methods were indeed powerful. He was even more powerful than Ning Bo Tao in the past. It was as if the sky had been cut open. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled, pointed his tyrannical song sword forward and pounced. Rumble. A blade and an arrow collided in an instant. The sky above E Garden began to sway, and a terrifying astral wind swept out from all directions. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. They had always thought that the Snow Wind Academy student only relied on despicable means. But now they saw that the student was not weak. This was because in the middle of the huge martial platform, two figures were clashing. Their clothes were flapping violently and they were actually evenly matched. One had to know that the expert who used the blood crocodile shears was not a nobody. He was an expert ranked 430th on the God Roll's stairway to heaven. That's it. While everyone was silent, Lin Ling suddenly spoke. That's it? This sentence carried a tinge of disappointment. It was as if the blood crocodile arrow was too weak, causing Lin Ling to be extremely disappointed. As for the expert who was clashing with Lin Ling, his expression froze. Following that, earthworm-like veins began to appear. He was angry. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's words attracted even more attention. If I use my true strength, you will be cut in half by the scissors. The expert roared angrily. Behind him, a bloody light soared into the sky as he roared, "Kill life calamity." A terrifying thing happened. Another huge pair of scissors appeared and shot towards Lin Ling's waist like an arrow. And when this pair of scissors appeared, it was as if another blood crocodile had appeared. These blood crocodiles' talent strengthened the expert's critical strike power. Therefore, if one was hit by his scissors, even if they did not die, they would still be injured. I hope you won't disappoint me again. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. 18 true inheritance nether swords appeared. 9 swords appeared in each direction and clashed with the blood-red scissors. Clang. A deafening sound continued to resound. The scissors were blocked once again. And Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. That's it? It was still the same sentence, filled with endless disappointment. What, your ancestral power has also reached 50%? As for the expert, he finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. The sword in Lin Ling's hand and the immortal sword that flew out both had ancestral power. Moreover, it was two different kinds of ancestral power. As for the help brought by his own talent, it seemed to have no effect on Lin Ling. How could he know that although Lin Ling did not erupt with his talent, he had 6 dantians in his body? His godly devil body had reached a terrifying limit. His body was comparable to tens of thousands of worlds. Is it strange that I have ancestral power? Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Impossible. If you are really so strong, you should have some fame in the 36th college. The expert kept shaking his head. What you said is exactly what I want to do now. If I defeat you, then I will have some fame. Lin Ling's smile became more and more brilliant. Tyrannical Song Sword rushed out terrifying demonic chi. Lose? He shouted and raised his sword diagonally. A half-moon wave rushed into the sky. Kacha. The huge pair of scissors let out an ear-piercing sound and then shattered like glass. The expert was tongue-tied and his mouth was wide open. Are you the one who admitted defeat? Or am I the one who beat you to admit defeat? Lin Ling held the big sword and said with a smile. I admit defeat. The expert was stunned and left dejectedly. On the martial stage, the remaining people looked at Lin Ling solemnly. Now Lin Ling finally showed his strength for the first time. However, his strength was not weak. Next, are you going to come one by one? Or do you want to come together? Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said, I personally mind that it is better for all of you to come together. Because it saves time. This sentence undoubtedly provoked everyone's anger again. Although Lin Ling's strength was not weak, they had so many people. How could it be Lin Ling's turn to be arrogant? This is what you said. Everyone burst out with all their strength. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and the true inheritance nether sword shot out, forming flying swords that filled the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular, as if a sword immortal was alive. However, Lin Ling did not stop. Countless evil spirit jellyfish also flew out from his body. Chapter 37-25. A sudden change occurred. Time and space divine steel. Kasai. Illusion god true inheritance. Great sun calamity destroying bow. All sorts of powerful techniques were activated by Lin Ling. The entire stage seemed to have turned into Lin Ling's world, attracting countless gazes. This Snow Wind Academy student is actually so strong? No one had expected that when Lin Ling erupted with all his strength, his combat strength would be so terrifying. As for the 39 people on the martial platform, their hearts all trembled. They, who were originally confident, felt a great deal of pressure. Clang, clang, bang, 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 rumble. The various techniques collided and the entire martial platform was constantly swaying. It was the most intense of the 8 martial platforms. This time, all the gazes of the 8 martial platforms were finally locked onto the Zhen stage. I never thought that the Zhen stage would have such a moment. It's truly glorious. Today our Snowwind Academy is proud of Lin Ling. The dean's eyes flickered with incomparable excitement. Beside him, Dean Lu revealed an envious expression. If only the Flicker Academy had such a student. This was also the time for the Flicker Academy to regain its glory. Looking at his 4 students, they were even more excited than the people of the Snowwind Academy. The corners of their mouths cracked as they continuously cheered for Lin Ling. On the other hand, Yu and the others' reactions were very normal. That was because they knew that before Lin Ling had broken through, he could already defeat these experts, let alone now. However, there would always be exceptions to everything. Just as everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's tyranny, Lin Ling's aura suddenly weakened. The sword's flying speed slowed down. The illusion god True Inheritance seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. The time and space divine steel's attack was greatly reduced. All sorts of techniques seemed to have changed. It's the influence of my domain, ha. The experts on the martial platforms suddenly became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. An expert with a domain talent even shouted excitedly. Because Lin Ling's aura had weakened. Bullshit. He's the one who forced himself to use these forbidden techniques, which is beyond what he can bear. That's why the side effects are here. Ha, Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, are you stupid? For the sake of fame you're actually risking your life. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Those experts who were previously suppressed by Lin Ling were now able to hold their heads high. The situation of the battle had suddenly changed 180 degrees. Countless people were shocked. The teachers of E-Garden were all stunned. Then they looked at each other and burst into laughter. Their laughter was extremely loud. Just like the students of the various academies, they'd been suppressed for too long. It was even to the extent that they were even more aggrieved than the students of the various academies. Because they were the hosts in the end, so how could they watch as the disciples of others acted arrogantly here? They instantly guessed that Lin Ling had used all kinds of powerful methods in order to become famous. Now the side effects were coming. Because Lin Ling's true inheritance, the nether sword, the evil ghost jellyfish and other methods had consumed a lot of realm essence. How could Lin Ling, who was only at the initial stage of martial ancestor realm, have enough realm essence to support himself? Despicable. Snowwind Academy is really lowly. In order to win, they actually let a student use up his entire life's potential. Unfortunately, evil can't win over good. What should be lost will still be lost. A teacher from E-Garden stood up and said proudly. His words also made many people react. No wonder they felt that Lin Ling's aura had weakened. It turned out that the side effects were coming. At this moment, many teachers from other academies also laughed. They had rules and didn't want to see Snowwind Academy suddenly rise and step on their heads. As for Snowwind Academy and Flicker Academy, their eyes widened. What's going on? Previously, Lin Ling was clearly about to defeat those experts. Why did his aura and attack suddenly weaken? Could it be that Lin Ling was indeed forcefully using those powerful methods and now the side effects are coming out? The dean also frowned, his face was filled with uneasiness. It seems like that's the case. Because Lin Ling's methods consume a lot of realm essence and energy. His realm essence can't last for so long. Dean Lu nodded his head seriously and then let out a long sigh. Lin Ling in the end still lost. Hearing their words, the students of the 2 academies also had a look of regret. They suddenly looked at Yu and someone said, "Senior sister Yu, you don't have to be disappointed. Brother Lin Ling was able to reach such a height and attract everyone's attention. You should be proud. Although he lost this time, in the next round, Brother Lin Ling will definitely be able to wash away the previous humiliation." They also thought that Lin Ling was about to lose. However, Yu and the others frowned. It didn't seem possible. They were the only ones who knew how terrifying Lin Ling's realm essence was. It was almost endless. Yu also knew that Lin Ling had 6 dantians. How could he possibly run out of realm essence unless his opponent was a half-martial god? That's strange. Brother Ling shouldn't be this weak. Unless... The 2 girls exchanged glances with one another and guessed the thoughts in each other's eyes. Unless Lin Ling was doing it on purpose. As a matter of fact, Lin Ling was not doing it on purpose. However, he had indeed weakened his attacks on purpose, as he realized that he was about to have a breakthrough again. Under the powerful attacks of the experts, he had a strong feeling that he was about to have a breakthrough. As such, he was planning to use the attacks of the experts to achieve the third-layer martial progenitor realm. The third-layer martial progenitor realm, the peak of the early-stage martial progenitor realm. Once he achieved it, Lin Ling's strength would increase by 70 to 80%. However, Lin Ling did not weaken his attacks. Instead, he unleashed more demonic jellyfish, allowing them to devour the attacks of his opponents. The reason being that the breakthrough required the support of cultivation resources, and the demonic jellyfish were able to devour various forces, which were equivalent to countless monarch crystals. Lin Ling, why are you so weak? Someone uttered a hollow laugh as he flicked his finger, firing countless giant arrows at Qin Nan. However, countless malevolent ghost jellyfish entangled the arrows, and a large number of jellyfish were killed. In the end, the giant arrows were also crazily bitten and devoured. Finally, all the giant arrows were dissolved. Although it was an impressive sight in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling was only putting up a last-ditch effort. Furthermore, they were aware that although the demonic jellyfish were terrifying, they could only defend themselves instead of attacking. That's quite impressive. Someone uttered a disdainful laugh and stopped attacking, as he was enjoying Lin Ling's weakened state. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Look at you now, you're as weak as a chicken. Don't you feel that your previous words are like a slap to your own face? Lin Ling, kneel down and admit your defeat. The last person of the Snow Wind Academy will surely be eliminated. Following this, more people began to yell. They were aware that the battle had attracted the attention of the crowd, causing them to straighten their backs proudly. Chapter 37-26. The Prelude to the Great Battle. All of you only have this bit of strength. Too weak, too useless. Did you not eat? However, Lin Ling remained standing under everyone's gaze. His disdainful voice floated out. He sensed that he was still lacking a bit of strength from breaking through. What was most despicable was that these people had stopped and were looking at him with admiration. Were they crazy? What did you say? Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, these people were stunned. Their suppressed anger burned once again. They thought that Lin Ling would back off and kneel down to beg for mercy, but who knew that Lin Ling's mouth remained arrogant? He did not lower his head. I'm talking about all of you. Lin Ling bellowed once again. He pointed at a person and said, such a weak attack that doesn't even reach 60% of ancestral power. How did you cultivate it? You've wasted all your efforts on cultivating. And you have a 7th grade ultimate desolate body, but you can't even use it. I really feel embarrassed for you. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of a turtle? Don't laugh because there's still you. You are just here to make up the numbers. Your talent is not strong and your ancestral power is not strong. All you rely on is the divine artifact in your hand. A trash like you will never go far. Curses came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Anger. All the experts were so angry that their noses were crooked. Too arrogant. Too venomous. Don't be angry. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. To be angry over such a trivial matter, it looks like your foundations are not stable. However, even though the experts were angry, Lin Ling took the opportunity to reprimand them. This is infuriating. Fellow allies, I can't take it anymore. I don't appreciate his miserable state. I want to teach him a lesson. Someone's hair stood on end from anger. He could no longer take it and immediately attacked. Rumble. A gigantic flaming cauldron fell from the sky. It was more powerful than Lin Ling's space-time divine monument. This was the Flaming God Cauldron, a legendary cauldron left behind by a god. After it came crashing down, the martial platform began to burn. Clang, clang, clang. The 18 true inheritance nether swords began to appear. They rushed into the sky and blocked the flaming cauldron from smashing down. However, everyone could see that this was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Haha, Lin Ling, say it again. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to be suppressed, the expert roared. He seemed to have lost his mind. From this, it could be seen how seriously he was angered by Lin Ling. Bang. However, Lin Ling raised his hands to the sky and actually blocked the descending flaming cauldron. However, the rolling flames also burned him, making him look like a phoenix bathing in a volcano. He's going to lose. Many people shook their heads when they saw Lin Ling's aura weaken. This was because they could clearly see that Lin Ling's expression had turned serious. This meant that Lin Ling had indeed reached his limit. Perhaps after the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, Lin Ling would be suppressed. It was even possible after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Too weak. Didn't you eat? Please increase your strength. However, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His words were earth-shattering. Because Lin Ling was clearly going to be defeated and he actually said that he was weak. What? You're talking about me? Damn it. The expert who attacked was stunned. He was so angry that veins popped out on his face. That's right. I'm talking about you, soft-footed shrimp. Did you do too much last night and have no strength today? As a man, I really feel sorry for you, 3-second man. Lin Ling shouted again. 3-second man? That expert naturally knew what this meant. Nobody stop me. I'm going to suppress him to death. He was so angry that his hair was standing on end. Looking at the experts behind him, each and every one of them had red eyes. Because they had never seen such a person who courted death. Even the students of the 7 Mile Academy were not as stubborn as Lin Ling. Defeat him. Everyone could not hold back anymore. All kinds of powerful methods were thrown at Lin Ling. The scene instantly exploded with a spectacular scene. At this moment, the battles on the other 7 platforms had stopped, and they shot their gazes towards the Quake platform. What a terrifying guy. Today's exchange of pointers is completely his martial stage. Lin Ling, Snow Wind Academy's Lin Ling, I'll remember him. Many people were secretly shocked. It's him. At this moment, Princess Tian also saw the man bathed in flames. Her delicate body trembled violently. An indescribable emotion slowly burned in her heart and spread throughout her body. That emotion was terror. Because she saw Lin Ling die in the ancient coffin with her own eyes. The ancient coffin was terrifying and mysterious. Even the god of assassins did not dare to cross it. However, Lin Ling came back alive. Moreover, he had reached the martial ancestor realm and appeared before her eyes. She had a feeling that Lin Ling was here for her. Lin Ling was here for revenge. She stared at the man in the flames, but at this moment, a chaotic gaze that seemed to cross thousands of mountains and rivers appeared on her body. That was Lin Ling's gaze. She even saw the evil smile on Lin Ling's face. Not good. She could not help but exclaim. She did not know what Lin Ling wanted to do, but she knew that Lin Ling was not so simple. Those experts were like a strand of hair to Lin Ling. And what Lin Ling wanted to do now? Her eyes suddenly lit up. Breakthrough. With the help of the experts from all sides, the pressure formed and smoothly broke through to a new realm. Monster. She could not help but shout. Not long ago, Lin Ling faced the most terrifying ancestor's tribulation. He had passed it, but in such a short period of time he was about to break through again. Everyone stop. She wanted to stop the people on the martial stage. She could not watch Lin Ling do whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, no one could hear her voice at this moment. Everyone was sneering, especially the teachers of E-Garden. They laughed the loudest as if they could foresee the next scene. As for the people around the 8 trigrams platform, everyone stood up. They were also looking at history. The most arrogant disciple in the history of the 36 academies was about to suffer a great loss. On the martial stage there were continuous rumbles. All the experts' attacks fell on Lin Ling. Flames, lightning, ice and so on formed a great tribulation. Looking at Lin Ling again, his body was covered in blood, his long hair was dancing wildly, his hands were raised to the sky, and he did not take a step back. This kid is terrifying. If he can pass this tribulation he will definitely soar to the sky. An academy dean said solemnly. Although Lin Ling was arrogant, he was also crazy and stubborn. Even now he still did not admit defeat. How could he know that Lin Ling was roaring in his heart at this moment? Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Behind him, the evil spirit jellyfish went in and out crazily, swallowing all the experts' attacks and then bringing them into Lin Ling's body, forming a powerful breakthrough force. Of course, the pressure on Lin Ling was not small. However, success was at that moment. He was confident that he could hold on. After this battle, it was time for his name to shake the 36 academies. Chapter 37:27. Light soared into the sky. Boom. In the end, a roar that shocked the entire E-Garden sounded. The word tremor, martial platforms exploded and scattered on the ground like islands in the sea. Defeated. Everyone's eyes finally lit up. Good madman, we have to defeat him in an even crazier way. Amidst the silence, a teacher from the E-Garden let out an excited voice. On the shattered martial platforms that were like isolated islands, numerous experts rubbed their noses. At this moment they felt a sense of pride, as though they had defeated a great demon of the final world. Chi. However, at this moment, a huge pressure appeared in the sky. Then a great world came crashing down. What, a great world tribulation. Heavens, this is the 7 types of tribulations: void, real, shatter, annihilation, extreme, and break. It's the final nirvana tribulation. What's going on? Who's going through the tribulation? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The great world in the sky came crashing down on the ground, but on the ground, a roar sounded. Then a man stood up like an invincible god of war. He looked at the great world tribulation in the sky and punched out. Rumble. His voice seemed to spread throughout the 9 provinces. Under the punch, the great world tribulation immediately exploded. What the hell? An old man let out a horrified cry. However, the man's fist did not stop. It blasted into the sky like a meteor. Rumble. Pop pop pop. The sky rumbled continuously. The great world tribulation that kept smashing down was constantly blasted apart. After an incense stick's worth of time, everything finally calmed down. However, the huge 8 trigrams Marshall platform was dead silent. Everyone swallowed their saliva. What was going on with his mother? Who's going through the tribulation? A puzzled voice appeared in everyone's heart. It's me. However, the mystery was soon solved. A figure rose from the ground and rushed into the sky, looking down at all the experts on the ground. This man was naked from the waist up. His long hair danced wildly and he carried a sword on his back. He was looking at everyone with an evil smile. Was Lin Ling. When they saw the domineering man, all the experts on the ground stopped breathing. Some people even slapped themselves hard to see if they were dreaming or not. Because Lin Ling was suppressed by the experts together, not only did he not die, but he was going through the tribulation. Moreover, he was going through the most terrifying great world tribulation among the martial ancestors. Surprised, aren't you? Lin Ling looked at everyone below him with contempt. Sorry, I made you guys were too happy. In fact, I wanted to use your strength stage nirvana stage. What? You want us to break through? So you did that on purpose? All the experts were their eyes widened. They were so angry that they almost exploded as suke. It can't be said to be intentional. It should be done on purpose. However, you guys are too useless. You guys spent 3 incense sticks worth of time to resolve this matter. If I didn't scold you guys so badly, you guys would have dragged on for an hour before resolving this matter. This sentence was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into everyone's hearts. Not only did he deceive them, he even said they were not strong enough and wasted their time. After all, they were the ones who helped Lin Ling pass the tribulation. Alright, your arrogance has come to an end. Now I'll let you see how weak you are. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a new blue and white robe appeared. After he put it on, he looked at the ground in disarray. Sword out. The true inheritance nether swords appeared, and there were 9,999 of them. Soul out. Countless evil spirit jellyfish leaped out. Time-space divine steel. Illusory god world. Calamity destroying sun bow. Lin Ling kept shouting. Powerful energy covered the entire sky. At this moment he let everyone know whether he was weak or at his peak. These methods were obviously twice as powerful as before. This also let everyone know that Lin Ling was deliberately going easy on them. Otherwise, with Lin Ling's full strength, they would have been unable to withstand a single blow. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Countless attacks bombarded the ground like meteors, and the tremor Marshall platform was annihilated in an instant. After a long time, the aftermath gradually weakened. Looking at the ground again, the experts of the various academies who were standing before were now lying on the ground in a sorry state. Some were buried by rocks, revealing half of their buttocks. Some were completely buried, revealing only their innocent heads. In short, they were in a sorry state. Bang! Lin Ling flew to the ground and smashed down like a boulder. He walked towards those experts step by step, and the true inheritance nether swords appeared in front of the 39 experts. Do you admit defeat? A low shout was like a thunderclap that entered everyone's heart. Admit defeat, I admit defeat. Those people weren't killed by Lin Ling. They were only defeated. At this moment, they all sullenly admitted defeat. All of you shout together. If you're a moment slower or not in unison, then don't blame me, Lin Ling, for being impolite. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Admit defeat. Neat voices rushed to the 9 heavens. At this moment, not only was everyone looking at Lin Ling, even the entire E-Garden seemed to be looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's light soared into the sky. E-Garden was silent. They could only watch a madman from the Snow Wind Academy strut around in their territory, illuminating E-City. In fact, Lin Ling had indeed illuminated E-City. At this moment, Was there anyone who didn't know about Lin Ling? Obviously not. The dean of the Snow Wind Academy clenched her fists in excitement. Although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest in the competition, it was certain that Lin Ling's battle was the most exciting, the most intense, and the most domineering. One person against 40 people and returned with a great victory. Duan Wuhan, now you should have seen me. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the strange gazes of the crowd. Instead, he looked at the distant martial platform and said, everything he did was not to become famous, not to prove himself, but for Duan Wuhan. At the same time, on the distant martial platform, a man with his hands behind his back looked coldly at Lin Ling. He was Duan Wuhan. At this moment he was undoubtedly extremely surprised. No, it should be said that he was shocked. Because he didn't expect Lin Ling to come, and even more didn't expect Lin Ling to face him in such a way. Lin Ling, you're here too. Duan Wuhan smiled, and his smile was extremely calm. For Lin Ling's appearance, although he was extremely surprised, he also instantly thought of one thing. The person who robbed the execution ground must be Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling's death was imminent. Stupid. Lin Ling was so stupid. Didn't he know that the entire E-City was looking for him? He actually dared to strut around here. In order to make a name for himself, he actually used such a high-profile way to fight. I have to say, my evaluation of you suddenly dropped a point. Duan Wuhan couldn't help but shake his head and said with some disappointment. I hope that in the future you still have the confidence to say this sentence. Lin Ling naturally guessed the meaning of Duan Wuhan's words. The funny thing was that Duan Wuhan thought he was stupid. He didn't know that Lin Ling had come prepared. Chapter 37-28. Zhou Jun's Challenge. I heard that you're going to take your first step in life again, right? Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Lin Ling said again. Yes, do you have any suggestions? Duan Wuhan nodded and smiled indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Ling paused and said calmly, sorry, I'm here today to suppress you. As soon as his words fell, the entire 8 trigrams martial platform exploded. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. It turned out that his goal was Duan Wuhan. The people before were all cannon fodder. Lin Ling turned into cannon fodder in order to attract Duan Wuhan's attention. There was no doubt that the people of the major academies were furious again. This Lin Ling, what a big move, what a big courage, he simply did not see their major academies as anything. Interesting. Well, I'll wait for you. Duan Wuhan was stunned and suddenly laughed out loud. His strength was now greatly increased. Why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? Moreover, the grudge between him and Lin Ling should be settled. The most important thing was that he knew that Lin Ling would definitely die today. However, before the city lord of E-City arrived, he did not mind fighting with Lin Ling. He could step on Lin Ling to become famous. And this was the first step of his plan for glory. Lin Ling saw Duan Wuhan's confident smile and instantly guessed the other party's thoughts. He also smiled, knowing that the battle would not be too long. There are still 10 people left. You can all come together. Go. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling looked around the martial platform again and said. However, the martial stage was completely silent. What a joke, who would dare to go up? Admit defeat, I admit defeat. Go. The remaining 10 people all bowed their heads. This also led to the appearance of the seated contestant of the tremor martial platform. Was Lin Ling. Seated contestant. Go. Seeing this, the dean was undoubtedly excited and roared towards the sky because this result had completely exceeded her expectations. Looking at Dean Liu and the others, they were also extremely excited, as if Lin Ling had also won endless glory for their academy. On the contrary, Lin Ling didn't feel that there was anything to be proud of. After shaking his head helplessly, he finally walked down from the martial stage. Countless eyes immediately looked at him. Many people wanted to know what this Lin Ling was thinking. In order to fight with Duan Wuhan, he did not hesitate to cause such a big sensation. As for one direction of the martial platform, a large number of people appeared there. They looked at Lin Ling, who was walking down step by step, and nodded their heads. That's right. It's him. He has a powerful bodyguard who can defeat a half-step martial god. I was defeated by that bodyguard. An old man nodded and said. Since the Qi Wei has confirmed it, then it's time to inform the city lord. Inform him immediately. These people were obviously the experts of E-City. As for the old man, he was the guardian of the execution ground. At this moment, he stared at Lin Ling and couldn't help but laugh. What a strange kid. He never expected that after Lin Ling robbed the execution field, not only did he not hide, but he also swaggered into Yi Garden to fight in the arena. Moreover, he fought very crazily, as if he was afraid that Yi Cheng would not know that he was here. It had to be said that he was indeed a freak. The seated contestants of the Jeune Martial platform appeared, and it didn't take long for the seated contestants of the other 7 martial platforms to appear. In the end, only 8 people were left for this exchange. Except for Lin Ling, the other 7 seated contestants were not too surprising. Next, it was naturally the final battle of the 8 people. However, at this time, Lin Ling's voice also quietly floated out. In order to avoid wasting any time, I think it's better for me to fight with Duan Wuhan. The others are exempt. As soon as this voice fell, it was like a bomb bombarding all the major academies, even E-City. The final competition was coming and Lin Ling was still so crazy. It was as if he had already become the first and the rest of the people were just chickens and dogs. He even disdained to fight with chickens and dogs. This guy was simply crazy to the end. Who do you think you are? You want to fight just because you say so? That's too much. The remaining 8 people should be drawn to fight, but you want to skip a grade. Do you really think we're not things? This time, not only were the people of Yi Garden furious, but even the people of the other academies were furious. Because Lin Ling's words were also unconventional. He actually wanted to skip a grade. Sorry, I really don't think you're things. Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said honestly, how dare you? Many teachers from other academies shouted out in anger. It's not that you can't fight, but at least you have to defeat me. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, and then a handsome young man came out. Lin Ling obviously did not know this person, so he frowned slightly. Zhou Jun. However, a large number of cheers sounded in an instant, and among them were the screams of countless women. Those screams were almost crazy. Zhou Jun, the 5th master of Yi Garden's 3rd hall, and the 422nd on the God list stairway to heaven. His strength was not to be underestimated. And he was also the Prince of Rain Country, and his rain sword shocked the 9 states. Most importantly, he was the only one who could fight against Duan Wuhan in this exchange. Zhou Jun, are you finally going to fight? In a corner of the 8 trigrams martial stage, there was a high platform. A large number of old men in 8 trigrams robes sat there, and one of them was holding a fist-sized 8 trigrams purple furnace, with a proud smile on his face. And he was the Dean of Yi Garden. Previously, he had seen the student of Snow Wind Academy go crazy again and again. It would be a lie to say that he was not angry. This was because this exchange was organized by the Yi Garden. As the host, it was normal for them to receive the most attention. However, someone did not follow the rules and slapped the host's face in front of the whole Yi Garden. So, he had long wanted to send the experts of Yi Garden to fight and trample on Snow Wind Academy. However, Yi Garden was a big academy after all, so he was embarrassed to ask. If that junior had not sent himself to death, Yi Garden would not be able to find an excuse. Zhou Jun, the 7th grade ultimate desolate body, 60% of the ancestral power, and the strength of a late-stage martial ancestor, is enough to defeat that madman. Yi Garden's vice dean said with a smile. It's enough. That madman is just playing to the gallery. He seems to be arrogantly sweeping the tremor martial stage, but in fact our academy's Zhou Jun can also do it. The overall strength of the tremor martial stage is not high. The dean said with a nod. And under the attention of everyone, Zhou Jun also floated up. He was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. The reason he wanted to fight Lin Ling was naturally not for the sake of the Yi Villa. As far as he was concerned, a clown like Lin Ling wasn't worthy of him fighting Lin Ling. It was even to the extent that he felt that fighting Lin Ling would cause him to lose his status. His goal was Princess Tian. Chapter 37-29. The Battle of the Black and White Swords. In fact, Princess Tian was also looking at Zhou Jun with great anticipation. Zhou Jun had a 7th grade ultimate desolate body. She also believed that Lin Ling was bound to lose. Who are you? Lin Ling was still looking at Zhou Jun. A 7th grade ultimate desolate body was quite a good talent. Unfortunately, his realm was too low. If he had reached the half-step martial god realm, even Lin Ling would have to be wary of him. However, you don't have to answer. You are not qualified to fight me. Shaking his head, Lin Ling felt disdain for him. What? Lin Ling's nonchalant words made countless people's pupils constrict. Fanatic, a complete fanatic. Zhou Jun was an expert from the Yi Garden. In the 36 colleges, there was no warrior from the Divine Three Halls who did not know him. However, Lin Ling said he was not qualified. After all, many people could sense that Zhou Jun did not want to fight Lin Ling. He was afraid of dirtying his hands. Therefore, in terms of qualifications, it was actually Lin Ling. Brother Lin Ling, you sure are domineering. In a corner of the 8 trigrams martial platform, Jianghu and company gasped. They were from the Divine Three Halls, so they naturally knew that some people were not to be trifled with. One of them was Zhou Jun. In front of Zhou Jun, their brother Wudi would definitely kneel down and call him brother. He would not dare to call himself brother. But now, such an important figure was not qualified for Lin Ling to fight. He was not even qualified to look at him. As for Zhou Jun, he was also stunned. Following that, he roared angrily, "Are you fighting or not?" A large number of women cursed around the 8 trigrams martial platform. They were cursing Lin Ling for overestimating himself. He clearly did not dare to fight, but he found an excuse to say he was not qualified. "I already said that you are not qualified." However, Lin Ling said without even looking at him. Zhou Jun immediately felt helpless. He couldn't possibly attack Lin Ling head-on. After all, there were referees in this sparring match. "I'm here for Princess Tian." Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and sneered. As soon as he said that, Lin Ling finally looked at him. "Princess Tian? The woman from the castle of Black Gold?" In fact, in the Black Gold Castle, the masterminds who targeted Lin Ling, Duan Feihong, the god of assassins, and the others were all dead. The only exception was Princess Tian. This woman ran very quickly and disappeared from the 9 provinces in an instant. This also caused Lin Ling to be unable to find her for a while. And now, Lin Ling had never imagined that Princess Tian would let Zhou Jun fight him. In that case, Lin Ling had no reason to not fight. "Sure, but I want to ask if I can fight Duan Wuhan after defeating you." Lin Ling finally spoke. "Sure." The seated contestants of the various martial stages immediately answered and nodded in agreement. In their hearts, they did not think that Lin Ling was a match for Zhou Jun. Since they have all agreed, it means that it is true. The referee looked at the crowd and then nodded at Lin Ling. "All right, let's fight." Lin Ling finally nodded. "I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time." Zhou Jun immediately revealed a smile. He had indeed been waiting for this for a long time. He was the first to appear on the Qian martial stage. This was the largest martial stage and also the most glorious martial stage. A large sword appeared in his hand. It was exactly the same as Lin Ling's sword, except that it was white. And this sword was called the Rain Pool Sword. It was a rare 5th-grade divine artifact. Misty rain surrounded his body. This was his talent. Under the Misty Rain domain, his attack, defense, and speed were all raised to a new level. And now he was probably able to fight a half-step martial god. Seeing the changes on the martial stage, the crowd was astonished. What a powerful aura. Looking at Lin Ling, he had just landed on the martial stage and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. However, Lin Ling did not use any techniques, so it looked like he was just an ordinary 3rd-level martial ancestor. Although Lin Ling's techniques were endless, they were only effective against a 6th-grade ultimate desolate body. Although the difference between a 6th grade and a 7th grade seemed to be one word, it could be the difference between heaven and earth. Who will win this battle? Some colleges even opened a bet. Nonsense, it's definitely Zhou Jun. He is ranked 5th in the E-Garden. How can his reputation be undeserved? However, Lin Ling also looked like he was about to lose, but he swept all the experts on the Zhen martial stage. "Don't fool me. Don't try to trick me. No matter what you say, I'm definitely betting on Lin Ling to lose." Yes. The 8 trigrams martial stage gradually became lively. And at this moment on the Qian martial stage, the referee's voice finally sounded. This was also the first battle of the 8 seated contestants on the martial stages. However, the contestants were not weak. One was a madman who swept the martial stage, and the other was Zhou Jun of the E-Garden. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be decided at this moment. The black sword and the white sword clashed, and at this moment the truth was revealed. "Break for me. Break." The martial stage suddenly became heavy rain. Zhou Jun seemed to have disappeared in the rain. The white sword was dazzling, reflecting countless rays of light with the help of the rain. It was extremely dazzling. He used his full strength right from the start, and his speed reached the speed of 900 worlds. This speed was indeed extraordinary. If Lin Ling did not use his innate talent, fusion, he would only be on par with him. Moreover, he didn't give Lin Ling any chance of survival. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Ling. The reason for this was because he knew that Princess Tian wanted Lin Ling dead. Since that was the case, he would clean up the house for Princess Tian. In this way, he would also be able to gain the favor of Princess Tian, and their reign country would be able to marry Miao Shen's true disciple. Voila! The power of that sword was extremely terrifying. Not only was it rich in world essence, it also contained the power of innate talent and 60% of ancestral power. His innate talent was Rain Country's Great Lake physique, which increased his power by almost one-fold. What a terrifying sword. It's like a violent storm and also like a hazy wind barrier. I can't take it, I can't take it! Exclamation point. The elites around the martial stage exclaimed in shock. They discovered that if it were them, they would not be able to take it at all. As for the other seated contestants, apart from Duan Wuhan, everyone's expression was grave. They also felt a huge pressure from this sword. Looking at Lin Ling again, he also narrowed his eyes. This Zhou Jun did indeed have some ability. At present, if Lin Ling used innate talent fusion, he could easily defeat Zhou Jun. After all, in terms of innate talent, world essence and ancestral power, Lin Ling was not weaker than the other party. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. However, a trump card like innate talent fusion was left for Duan Wuhan. So in an instant, Lin Ling had already made a decision. He planned to use the ancestral power of the tyrannical Song Sword to resist. The ancestral power of the tyrannical Song Sword had been completely activated by Steel Emperor God. However, Lin Ling could only use 60% of it. But now that Lin Ling had broken through, perhaps the tyrannical Song Sword would have a chance to activate it again. That brat, is he going to be killed? Chapter 3730. A self-harming battle. In their opinion, Lin Ling was too arrogant and it was rare for Snow Wind Academy to encounter such a seedling, so they wanted to kill him in the cradle. Because a true genius could only appear in E-Garden. In fact, the deans of the other academies also narrowed their eyes and sneered. There were even more excited teachers who stood up and smiled contemptuously. When a martial artist attacks, sometimes they can't hold back. If they die, they can't blame anyone. However, what surprised everyone was that facing Zhou Jun's sword, Lin Ling did not do anything. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword, showing off his ability. Moreover, this sword was not aimed at Zhou Jun's sword, but at Zhou Jun. This was also a tactic of mutual destruction. It was the true core of a swordsman. A sword for a life. Are you courting death? Zhou Jun was stunned and then his lips curled into a disdainful smile. A sword for a life? Could it be that this Lin Ling thought that his talent was higher than his? Could it be that this Lin Ling thought that his Jieyuan was thicker than his? Could it be that this Lin Ling thought that his sword was sharper than his? This Lin Ling was simply kicked in the head by a donkey. Being pierced by a sword, blood splattering, this should be very satisfying. I have to say, you're really an idiot. Zhou Jun could not help but laugh sarcastically. This sentence was obviously to tell Princess Tian that the Lin Ling she thought was invincible was actually like this. Even a little like an idiot. Of course, it was not only him who thought this, even the surrounding people thought so. An initial stage martial ancestor withstanding the sword of a late stage martial ancestor, who had a 7th grade talent, if this was not an idiot, what was? It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was indeed powerful, but being able to fight did not mean that he could withstand a sword. In the hearts of the teachers, if they were to divide the experts in today's competition, Duan Wuhan and Zhou Jun would be the first level, and Lin Ling would only be the second level, comparable to the other seeded contestants. He might even be the third level. As for Zhou Jun, of course he did not choose to defend. Firstly, his talent was powerful. It increased his attack, speed, defense and so on. It was an all-round improvement. Secondly, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his sword, so how could he be afraid of Lin Ling's sword? In his opinion, Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than Kagura. That little bit of power posed no threat to him at all. Princess Tian, do you see this? This is a battle between swordsmen. A battle of swords is also a battle of life. Zhou Jun even secretly glanced at Princess Tian with a proud smile on his face. One black and one white, from far to near, as if they represented the path of justice and the path of evil, crazily intertwining. This confrontation between swordsmen was like a battle of self-destruction. The two swords crossed each other in parallel. In the next moment, blood spurted out like a fountain and unbridled sprinkled on the martial stage. Someone had been hit by the sword. Countless gazes immediately locked onto the martial stage. With just a glance, everyone was stunned. Zhou Jun's sword pierced Lin Ling's chest, but no blood flowed out. Instead it was as if it had stabbed into a black hole. No, it should be as if it had stabbed into a sludge and its power was weakening. Looking at Zhou Jun again, although the raindrops were constantly healing him, his chest had been pierced by the great sword. Blood gushed out like it was free of charge. It turned out that the blood was his. That's my blood. Even Zhou Jun was in disbelief. However, the sharp pain in his chest made him realize that the blood was indeed his. You're the idiot, Lin Ling said sarcastically. His figure suddenly retreated and at the same time he pulled out tyrannical song. Wuxia. More blood gushed out from Zhou Jun's chest, turning the originally elegant Zhou Jun into a bloody man. Of course, compared to the pain in his chest, Zhou Jun's heart was even more painful. He had come in the limelight because his father had entrusted him with the task of winning Princess Tian's heart. However, before he could act tough he had been killed. Moreover, he was confused. With his talent, Lin Ling should not have been able to hurt him, and he should have been able to kill Lin Ling. He did not know that Lin Ling had activated 60% of the tyrannical song's ancestral power. Although he appeared to be a third-level martial ancestor, he had actually merged his 6 dantians. In fact, if he had not chosen to hurt himself, although Lin Ling's sword was powerful, he might not have been able to kill him so quickly. However, he had chosen to hurt himself by fighting Lin Ling? Did he really think that Lin Ling's sword was made of paper? As for Zhou Jun's sword? It would not harm Lin Ling's powerful godly demon body in the short term. Especially after the realm-devouring beast's talent had increased, its immortality had become even more prominent. In fact, after Lin Ling floated back, the mud on his chest had indeed recovered in an instant. Zhou Jun glanced at him and was so angry that his nose was crooked. He could not care less and immediately moved his left hand. His fingers pointed at his chest, between his eyebrows, dantian, and throat. A mysterious rune appeared on his body, but even more blood gushed out at the same time. The only change was that his aura had increased. Secret technique. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He immediately knew that this guy had used a mysterious technique to forcibly increase his strength. That's right, Rain Country's heaven worship technique. At this moment, Zhou Jun let out a low voice. The entire martial platform was no longer hazy like before, but was filled with heavy rain. At this moment, Zhou Jun also moved and disappeared from the world. Heaven worship sword. A cold shout was heard and sword light flashed, shocking the 8 trigrams martial platform. 80% ancestral power. Some experts sucked in a breath of cold air. They realized that all the rainwater in the universe was condensing toward the sword. The rain in the universe was not from the same realm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that sword was. This time, how could Lin Ling receive it? He would definitely be cut in half. However, to Lin Ling, he indeed did not dare to receive it easily. But why should he receive it? At this moment, Lin Ling was standing still in the heavy rain, sensing the rain from all over the universe. Wind and rain myriad realms technique. He suddenly thought of this speed movement technique. Where did the rain come from? From the myriad realms, from the void. All this time, Lin Ling had been comprehending the wind and rain of the myriad realms, but this time he finally touched the wind and rain of the void. The void was obviously larger than the myriad realms and more ancient. The myriad realms would collapse but the void would never be destroyed. And what made Lin Ling's eyes flash was precisely Rain Country's heaven worship technique. Xiu. When Zhou Jun's sword was 1 meter away from Lin Ling instantly disappeared from where he was, the speed of 1,200 realms exploding out. What kind of concept was this? It meant that Lin Ling did not have the fusion innate talent, but his speed was already comparable to the speed after fusion. If he used the fusion innate talent, he could increase it by another 300 realms. The wind and rain myriad realms technique was also cultivated to the highest level by Lin Ling. This point, even treasure god Nanhua Fengyu probably did not expect. Zhou Jun swung his sword, wanting to see the most exciting scene, but at the crucial moment, an afterimage appeared in front of him. Then Lin Ling disappeared. Chapter 37-31. The famous Duan Wuhan. And that speed was something he couldn't see through. This also made him dumbfounded. Rain Country's sacrificial art was a self-harming secret technique. He thought that once this technique was used, Lin Ling would definitely be cut in half. In the end, Lin Ling suddenly disappeared. This blow to him could only be described with 2 words. Fuck. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Zhou Jun's mouth again. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because of the secret technique's aftereffects. At the same time, a sword slashed from behind him as if it came from the era of gods. Demonic chi surged and rushed into the 9 heavens. The headless old man quietly appeared and slashed out with his sword. At this moment, the sword demon that seemed to come from the era of gods seemed to have completely overlapped with Lin Ling. 70% ancestral power. Shwa. Blood spurted out again. Then, with a clang, an arm holding a large white sword fell heavily on the martial stage. It was Zhou Jun's arm. In the battle between the black and white swords, the white sword was defeated. In the heavy rain, Zhou Jun looked at the man walking over in a daze, his heart cramping with pain. Didn't you want to fight me? Now that the chance is here, why don't you make your move? Lin Ling pointed his sword at Zhou Jun and walked over step by step, his long hair dancing wildly. Zhou Jun subconsciously took a step back. Didn't you want to fight for Princess Tian? Now that the chance is here, why don't you kill me? Lin Ling's steps still didn't stop. You're so stupid to believe a woman like Princess Tian. Have you never seen a woman before? Killing intent spread out from Lin Ling's body. Previously, Zhou Jun wanted to kill him to win Princess Tian's favor, and Lin Ling would never show mercy to people who wanted to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, Zhou Jun was Princess Tian's subordinate, and Princess Tian was Lin Ling's enemy. Zhou Jun knelt down, completely frightened. The people of Yi Garden were all speechless. The 5th strongest of Yi Garden was actually scared to kneel by a sword. This was Yi Garden's humiliation. This was also Yi Garden's joke. Trash. On the other side of the martial platform, Princess Tian coldly snorted, her heart incomparably disappointed. I admit it. Zhou Jun's right arm had been chopped off. At that moment, he immediately raised his left arm and was about to shout that he admitted defeat. However, Lin Ling's gaze was resolute as he slashed down with his sword. Previously, Zhou Jun had wanted to cut him in half, so Lin Ling would cut him in half. Boom. Zhou Jun didn't even have the chance to yell out the word lose, when a sword arrived. Blood spurted out, and the Prince of Rain country was forcibly sliced into 2 halves. It was still raining heavily on the martial stage, but the ground was covered in blood. The man who was still standing in the rain was like a god of death. How dare you? But soon an old man roared. It was Yi Garden's vice principal. An incomparably terrifying power also appeared in his body. It seemed to be the power of a god. Lin Ling actually killed Zhou Jun right in front of their eyes? Moreover, this battle should have been their Yi Garden's pride, but that madman Lin Ling had once again slapped their faces. The vice principal stood up and shouted angrily, "It was only a spar, but you killed someone else." This is also the first person to die in the 8 martial platforms. In my opinion, this kind of person should be crippled of his cultivation and locked up in Yi Garden, never to be released. And we Yi Garden have shown him mercy and spared his life on account of how difficult it was for him to cultivate. Show mercy? Then cripple his cultivation and lock him up in Yi Garden forever? How was that different from killing him? Even being killed would be a bit more pleasant. At least he wouldn't have to suffer such torment. Lin Ling instantly sneered, in a spar of martial arts, it's inevitable that there will be deaths. This is something that everyone knows, and your Yi Garden is using this as a pretext to make a fuss? Are your old eyes failing you? Also, he didn't admit defeat and I didn't hear him admit defeat. Naturally, I went all out. If I killed him, he can only blame himself for overestimating himself. Taking a step back, even if I really killed him, but when he wanted to take my life, why didn't your Yi Garden run out and say to show mercy? Why didn't you cripple Zhou Jun? Lin Ling's voice was louder and louder, shaking Yi Garden. Everyone's heart exploded. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant, daring to confront the vice principal of Yi Garden. You're courting death. The vice principal was tall, dark and short. At this moment, his hair stood on end and his body was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. Big black fool, you dare. However, how could the Snow Wind Academy's principal let him do as he wished? He also roared. Towards the Snow Wind Academy's principal, the short old man was clearly afraid. If you dare to touch him, don't blame me for being impolite. The principal didn't say much, only one sentence, but he was openly protecting his calf. In this battle, Lin Ling didn't violate any rules. At this moment, the referee who had been silent all this time also opened his mouth. His words undoubtedly caused a lot of curses to come out of Yi Garden. Alright, let the competition continue. However, there was someone who stopped them. The principal of the Yi Garden indifferently said a sentence. This sentence seemed to carry an unparalleled majesty, causing everyone to shut their mouths. The E-Garden's principal looked deeply at Lin Ling, and there was a hint of murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. However, he also looked at Duan Wuhan. Only Duan Wuhan was left. He had a feeling that Duan Wuhan definitely wanted to kill Lin Ling, so he would let Duan Wuhan solve all of this. Seeing that you've worked so hard, I'll fight with you. At this moment, Duan Wuhan finally walked out with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. In fact, he had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. The shame of the starry sky forest, the disgrace of the ethereal tower, and so on were unforgettable for him. Even in his dreams, he would occasionally think about it. Therefore, he had always wanted to wash away this shame with his own hands and kill Lin Ling. But today all his dreams would come true. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling, defeat him fair and square, and wash away that shame. Then the city lord of E-City would come, and Lin Ling's death would come. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Duan Wuhan couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laugh also released half of the depression that had been suppressed over these years. When people heard his laughter, they naturally thought that it was a confident smile. Even Zhou Jun admitted that he was not Duan Wuhan's opponent. It is said that Duan Wuhan has awakened the first bloodline of the Duan family, the heavenly fate wheel. He can defy the heavens and change fate and forcefully reverse the universe. Right now, his talent has probably reached the 8th grade. 8th grade, terrifying. With his strength, I'm afraid he can enter the top 300 on the divine list. Yes, the top 300 on the divine list have all spent thousands of years to build their reputation, and it has not been shaken for thousands of years. Duan Wuhan rushed into the top 300 as soon as he came out. In the end, I'm afraid the world will be shaken by him. Many people were looking forward to this battle. Lin Ling, the previous battle between him and Zhou Jun seemed to be a narrow victory. With his previous strength, he is definitely not Duan Wuhan's opponent. Someone sneered. Chapter 37-32. The First Clash of Upheavals. Another person opened his mouth, but he still sighed and said, "Of course, Duan Wuhan's terrifying 8th grade ultimate desolate body is still terrifying. I really envy him for being able to stimulate the Duan family's bloodline. This is because for an ordinary expert to achieve an 8th grade ultimate desolate body, it is harder than ascending to the heavens." Late-stage martial ancestor realm. In fact, many people had this cultivation level, but an 8th grade ultimate desolate body was rare. Of course, there were a small number of people who did not believe that Duan Wuhan had an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. They thought it was just a rumor. And at this moment, Lin Ling was still floating in the sky, watching Duan Wuhan walk out step by step. Lin Ling, an old acquaintance. Don't you feel excited to see me again? Duan Wuhan finally stopped and said with his hands behind his back. Although he tried his best to appear calm, in fact he was much more excited than Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I know that the escape of Yang Yao and the rest definitely has something to do with you. However, let's not talk about this for now. I just want to ask you, in front of me, an 8th grade ultimate desolate body expert, shouldn't you kneel down and admit defeat? Duan Wuhan asked again. When his words fell, the entire audience was in an uproar. Although it was rumored that Duan Wuhan's strength had greatly increased and he had stimulated an 8th grade ultimate desolate body, this was ultimately just a rumor. And now Duan Wuhan had finally admitted it himself. Duan Wuhan enjoyed the awe-inspiring gazes from all around. He had come for this moment. He opened his arms and embraced the heavens, as if he had already stepped into the ranks of the world's top. In fact, this day should have come long ago. Back at the God's Tower, that should have been his glorious moment. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Lin Ling at that time. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Ling ferociously. He wanted to see Lin Ling's surprised look. Is that so? However, Lin Ling's reaction was very calm. This was because his soul force was powerful, so he had already sensed it. A gentle sentence, as if he would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed, immediately made Duan Wuhan feel uncomfortable. He laughed loudly. Could it be that you think you can still contend with me? Or do you think that with your mediocre skills, you can compete with me? His voice was filled with endless ridicule. Everyone laughed as well. They were laughing at Lin Ling for overestimating himself. Really? However, Lin Ling still said the same thing. His expression did not change at all. Then I will give you a chance. Use your fate wheel. Let me see how powerful you are as a grade 8 talent. Otherwise what? Duan Wuhan couldn't help but shout. Lin Ling still had that kind of calm expression. which made him even more displeased. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to use it. Lin Ling said word by word. Ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, the 8 trigrams martial platform also burst into laughter. Lin Ling actually dared to say such words in front of an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. He was arrogant to the end, but his arrogance was boundless. Even if Lin Ling was a late-stage martial progenitor, or even a peak martial progenitor, he would not have the right to say that, let alone a mere early-stage martial progenitor. Unless Lin Ling possessed an ultimate desolate body that surpassed the 8th grade, then he might have the right. However, compared with the laughter of the crowd, Duan Wuhan's face was gloomy. It was so gloomy that it could drip water. Because today was his moment of pride. He wanted to be famous, he wanted to shine brilliantly, but the first opponent he encountered repeatedly spoke to him with disdain. He was angry. This was a kind of monstrous rage of a superior who was looked down upon by an ignorant ant. I'll ask you again. Were you joking before? He shouted angrily. Lin Ling never joke. Lin Ling nodded. Boom. Everyone's heart exploded because they finally saw that Duan Wuhan was completely enraged. And the result was that Lin Ling would definitely die miserably. Begin. Sure enough, Duan Wuhan's voice became cold, so cold that it penetrated one's heart. Behind him, a terrifying fate wheel appeared, rolling and rotating. It seemed to defy the heavens and change fate, as if it had absorbed the lives of countless people. And at this moment Lin Ling finally moved. Smoke filled the air and his body became pitch black. Dual Dragon Talent Fusion, Evil Ghost Talent Fusion, and Ferocious Beast Talent Fusion. Monster. This was a monster that combined the Dragon God bloodline, Ferocious Beast bloodline, and Ghostly bloodline. The rolling smoke was like a tide, and within it, a black figure swept out. Its speed had reached 1,400 world speed. One punch collapsing the void. 6 Danshan's power. 11,000 worlds power. In addition, all the characteristics of the major talents had gathered and completely fused. And Duan Wuhan's aura had changed. It was sacred and ancient. Sensing Lin Ling's attack, he smiled disdainfully. His eyebrows moved and the fate wheel floated out, resisting Lin Ling's punch. Rumble. A terrifying sound wave burst out. What shocked Duan Wuhan was that his fate wheel was pushed away by Lin Ling. Lin Ling resisted the fate wheel with just his right fist. This made his pupils almost pop out. He said in disbelief, "How is this possible? He actually blocked my attack." "No, it's one hand." However, Lin Ling's cold voice also floated over. The other dragon claw suddenly clenched and a punch blasted out. This punch punched out the wind, the forest, the volcano, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It could easily break through 10,000 worlds. It fell on Duan Wuhan's body, making his face twist. He finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. The next moment he smashed to the ground like a cannonball, smashing the 8 trigrams martial platform. The huge martial platform was rolling in the sky like straw at this moment. The whole audience was shocked. No, it should be the whole city was shocked. No one thought that the first confrontation would be so fierce. Was Lin Ling swept away or was it Duan Wuhan? Of course people thought that it was Lin Ling. Then the smoke in the sky dispersed, and the first thing people saw was a handsome monster. It was handsome because this person's facial features were as sharp as a knife, but his skin was pitch black, and his limbs were like dragons. Behind him, there were countless tentacles that danced like dazzling wings. It was very evil, giving people a kind of demonic beauty. And this was clearly not Duan Wuhan. That's Lin Ling. Heavens, he still has some tricks up his sleeve. Everyone was shocked. When they looked at the ground again, they were immediately shocked. On the ground, rubble stood in great numbers. They saw a figure buried in the rubble. Only his lower body was exposed. No, it should be said that his bare buttocks were exposed, but his head was buried in the rubble. And this person should be Duan Wuhan. However, Duan Wuhan, who should have been able to sweep away thousands of troops, had ended up in such a state in their first confrontation. He had been sent flying and even his pants had been knocked off. Bare buttocks? East City suddenly became silent. It was so silent that only the sound of the wind could be heard. People felt that the wind was extremely ear-piercing. It was like a slap that landed heavily on their faces. An 8th grade ultimate desolate body, a supreme existence, had been beaten until his buttocks were exposed. He was sprawled on the rubble like a stray dog. This was a dream. Following that, everyone's throat was sucking in cold air. This guy. Chapter 37-33. The fate wheel is mine, the heavens are mine. With these words, people's hearts began to beat violently again. Finally, all the shock and horror turned into one word: freak. To be able to crush Duan Wuhan in a single exchange, that kid probably has an ultimate desolate body that surpasses an 8th grade. Impossible. If it was an 8th grade ultimate desolate body, we would have detected it long ago. I guess he must have used some secret technique. I think so too. The deans of E-Garden were discussing. Lin Ling did not seem to hear the surrounding shock. Instead, he stared at the ground with a mocking look. Rumble. On the ground, Duan Wuhan gradually got up. His face was ferocious and crazy. He had even lost his mind. Today was the day he became famous. In the end, he was beaten down in one move. The day he became famous had once again become a day of disgrace. And this was the second time, and the culprit was still Lin Ling. Damn it. He could not help but let out an angry roar. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. Disgrace. This was an unforgivable disgrace. However, Lin Ling was very calm. Put on your pants first, then we'll talk, he said calmly. Ah. Duan Wuhan was stunned. He looked down and became even angrier. No wonder he felt a chill in his legs. His pants had fallen off. That despicable guy had knocked his pants off. He was deliberately humiliating him. Go to hell, Lin Ling. Duan Wuhan hurriedly put on his pants. His eyes were red and a fierce killing intent erupted. Heaven's fate wheel. He roared. Around his body, terrifying fate wheels appeared. This was the Duan family's famous move. And upon closer inspection, there were hundreds of them. They were like life wheels that shot towards Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in one move. He wanted to tear Lin Ling into pieces. Petty tricks. Lin Ling's current talent had reached the 13th grade. The effect of those fate wheels was negligible. Bang bang bang. The tentacles behind Lin Ling were dancing. He dashed forward like a dazzling flower. He waved his dragon claw and all the fate wheels were shattered. He arrived in front of Duan Wuhan in an instant, and a storm-like attack smashed out. Bang bang bang. Duan Wuhan, on the other hand, was like a human sandbag. He was beaten until he constantly vomited blood. Finally, he was smashed back to the ground again. But this time his luck was good. His buttocks were not exposed, but his whole body was buried underground. NE City once again fell silent. If at the beginning Lin Ling's sneak attack was successful due to the element of surprise, then could this still be considered a sneak attack? The wind suddenly became stronger. The wind blew until everyone felt a little dizzy. Perhaps they felt that everything was too unreal. They even felt that the sun in the sky was a little dazzling, so dazzling that they couldn't look at it anymore. Because everything was completely different from what they had imagined. Boom. Duan Wuhan rushed out again, but this time he was in a sorry state. His hair was messy and he was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and looked like a beggar. As for Lin Ling, he looked at Duan Wuhan indifferently. He sighed in his heart. Based on his previous violent attacks, even a half-saint martial god would be seriously injured, let alone a martial ancestor. Even a martial ancestor would have been beaten to death, but Duan Wuhan was still able to stand up. This showed how powerful an 8th grade ultimate desolate body was. It was born with the power of the great Tao of the universe. It was like an immortal body. Duan Wuhan was indeed the #1 genius of the Duan family. He lived up to his reputation. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to improve so much over the years. At this moment, Duan Wuhan bellowed ferociously. Until now, he had to admit that Lin Ling was really powerful. But he was also very jealous. Because he thought that only his strength had improved, and others could not compare to him. He did not expect Lin Ling to be several times more powerful than him. In the ethereal tower, Lin Ling had surpassed him. Now Lin Ling had surpassed him again. He was not convinced. He was not convinced at all. My strength can only be said to have improved so much. But your strength has not improved at all over the years. Lin Ling suddenly replied. Anger. The sentence was like pouring salt on the wound. Duan Wuhan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. As for the powerhouses of the major academies, they seemed to have been humiliated. Because with Duan Wuhan's strength, Lin Ling actually said that there was no improvement. This made them, who could not compare to Duan Wuhan, feel embarrassed. Cut the crap. It's not over yet. Duan Wuhan roared to the sky and released all the strength in his body. The Duan family's bloodline was once again stimulated. A confidence of dominating the universe appeared in his heart. The fate wheel is mine, the heavens are mine. Duan Wuhan suddenly shouted. Then he saw a punch appear behind Lin Ling without any warning. Bang! This punch also hit Lin Ling. It was powerful and fast. Next, another punch appeared on Lin Ling's left and then on his right. These attacks came without any warning. It was as if he controlled the void and could attack at will. And Lin Ling was in the middle of countless attacks. The Duan family's bloodline. Some powerhouses gasped. This kind of means was too terrible. It could kill people from a world away. Because it could appear without any warning, coupled with the strong strength, how could Lin Ling resist? Even a half-step martial god would be helpless in the face of such means. Haha Lin Ling, you're crazy, you're laughing, you're proud. Duan Wuhan continued to control that means and roared to the sky. And this was his trump card. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the sky was full of chaotic punches. Lin Ling could not be seen at all. Lin Ling seemed to be sealed in a space and suffered endless attacks. This also made the people of Snow Wind Academy worried. However, Yu Yu and the others still looked calm. They believed that Lin Ling was not that simple. This kind of destructive attack lasted for a full incense stick's time and finally gradually weakened. On the ground, Duan Wuhan was breathing heavily. Using this means consumed a lot of his realm essence and energy. However, he also looked up and smiled. Lin Ling, now you know how powerful I am. Bang bang bang. The sky suddenly exploded and cracks appeared in the void. A demonic man stood there quietly and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But other than that he was unharmed. What? That kind of violent attack could kill a half-step martial god. How could he be unharmed? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Ling's defense was too terrifying. Not bad at all. You've actually sealed my entire space. At this moment, Lin Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tasted it. It's a pity that the power of the attack is too weak. This sentence directly destroyed all of Duan Wuhan's confidence. Even his pupils were at a loss. His trump card only made Lin Ling bleed a little? When did the gap between him and Lin Ling become so big? However, you're still too weak to play with seals. I'll show you what a seal is. At this moment, Lin Ling said coldly. The divine steps appeared. Chapter 37-34. The embarrassed Duan Wuhan. His soul force locked onto Duan Wuhan, and Duan Wuhan felt a wonderful power surging. When he reacted, he immediately appeared in a beautiful new world. He was dumbfounded. What the fuck, what is this? The most important thing was that all his talents and boundary essence had been sealed. This made his whole body tremble, and his face was incomparably pale. Without such a proud thing, how could he fight? On the contrary, Lin Ling suddenly appeared in front of him, waved his fist and said, "Next, it's my turn." "Wait, Lin Ling, wait, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Surrender." Duan Wuhan knew that things were not good, but he was worthy of being flexible and suddenly shouted crazily. However, this in exchange for Lin Ling's killing intent. Duan Wuhan seemed to admit defeat in disgrace, but in fact, such people were the most difficult to deal with. Go to hell. Go. Lin Ling crazily rushed over and violently attacked. His fist smashed on Duan Wuhan like a storm. Bang bang bang. Several punches knocked out Duan Wuhan's teeth. Bang bang bang. Several punches broke Duan Wuhan's nose. Bang bang bang. Duan Wuhan was beaten into a panda's eye. Bang bang bang. His bones were violently shattered by Lin Ling. His clothes were naturally torn to shreds. This could be called a brutal one-sided crushing. Lin Ling, you think I don't know that young demon master and the others were framed by you? Unfortunately, you are not qualified to play with me, Lin Ling. Go. Lin Ling became fiercer and fiercer. Not only did he cripple Duan Wuhan, but he also broke all his self-confidence. Rumble. However, at this moment, a powerful force hit the divine steps. Obviously, a strong person had made a move. At this moment, everyone outside was shocked, including the Dean of E-Garden. Because Lin Ling had used some unknown method to make Duan Wuhan disappear as if he was sealed in a void. However, if it was a void, they would definitely be able to detect it. However, they did not detect anything. It seemed like a sealing method, but it was not. It seemed like an illusion, but it was not. Even the power of a god was useless against that kind of power. This was clearly a power that they had never encountered before. However, the city lord of E-City arrived with a large number of experts. After seeing Lin Ling disappear and the strange energy fluctuation, the city lord of E-City also took action because he was afraid that Lin Ling would escape. His strength was really not weak. A giant ruler appeared in his hand, and he slammed it down heavily, immediately causing Lin Ling's divine stares to tremble. However, the stare of wisdom didn't collapse. It only accelerated the consumption of Lin Ling's soul force. Therefore, Lin Ling could only put away the stare of wisdom. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a tragic scene. Duan Wuhan was completely naked and had been beaten into a pile of mush. Was this the #1 genius of the Duan clan? Was this the same Duan Wuhan who was about to take his first step into glory? He had died before he had even achieved victory. Moreover, this was the second time. Let him go. At this time, someone let out an angry roar. Only then did people see that in the sky, even the martial artist of the Duan clan had come. It was the Duan lineage martial god. Obviously, Duan Wuhan was the most promising person to surpass the Duan lineage martial god. The Duan clan would definitely pay attention to his safety at all times. Therefore, when Lin Ling injured Duan Wuhan for the first time, the Duan lineage martial god had taken action. Of course, the Duan lineage martial god was also full of doubts. He thought that the ones who attacked Duan Wuhan were some old monsters. However, after coming, he discovered that his mother was Lin Ling. Could it be that this Lin Ling was his nemesis? As the Duan lineage martial god spoke, he also grabbed Lin Ling with his big hand. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Duan lineage martial god, this person is someone that our city wants. Therefore, it's best if you don't interfere. However, the city lord of city stopped him. The Duan lineage martial god's eyes flashed and he also stopped because he seemed to have guessed something. It seemed that the city lord of city came for Lin Ling. Lin Ling might die in the hands of the city lord of city. Therefore, he was happy not to make a move. Of course, after seeing Duan Wuhan being beaten like a dog, he still felt a burst of pain in his heart. Back to you. Lin Ling looked at the sky full of powerhouses appearing. He knew that he could not kill Duan Wuhan today. However, from the beginning he did not intend to kill Duan Wuhan because he knew that it was impossible. If he killed him, the Duan clan would go all out on the spot and it was not worth it. The Duan lineage martial god immediately took Duan Wuhan and then began to treat Duan Wuhan. Because the situation was urgent, he could not care so much. He just treated Duan Wuhan naked. Wow, Duan Wuhan is not wearing clothes again. He was naked before, but this time he is naked. Look at him. He has no teeth. His nose seems to be crooked. This is nothing. The main thing is that he has panda eyes. That Lin Ling is really ruthless. Alas, the #1 genius of the Duan clan. I thought he should be very proud, but it's hard to say in a few words. I can only say that he is miserable. In the silent garden, a large number of whispers suddenly sounded. This also made many people look at Duan Wuhan. As a result, it was better not to look. When they looked, they all secretly laughed. His place is so small. There was even a burly man who said proudly. In terms of strength and potential, he was not comparable to Duan Wuhan, but in terms of that place, he still greatly surpassed him. This gave him a sense of superiority. I'm so angry. The Duan lineage martial god naturally heard the voices around him and quickly took out clothes to cover the disgraced Duan Wuhan. He knew that the Duan clan had lost all face today. Old ancestor, I'm scared. However, at this time, Duan Wuhan opened his eyes and spoke with difficulty. Shut up. The Duan lineage martial god was so angry that he almost exploded. A dignified successor of the Duan clan actually said that he was scared. Did he not feel ashamed enough? Obviously, at this moment, Duan Wuhan had been beaten up by Lin Ling until he had lost his mind. Wuhan, wake up. The Duan lineage martial god shouted again. A mysterious force also poured into Duan Wuhan's mind, causing his eyes to gradually sober up. Remember, if you want to become a martial god, you must experience countless ups and downs. You have only encountered the first regular script in your life. You have to step over it. Only then will you be calm and peaceful, and you will have a meteoric rise. The Duan lineage martial god also encouraged Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan's gaze became sharper and sharper. Finally, he was completely awake. A strong sense of self-confidence pervaded his body. However, after waking up, what greeted him was endless humiliation. First of all, Lin Ling also said to himself, "What first regular script in your life? After the defeat in the Divine Tower last time, that was already the first regular script." These words stunned Duan Wuhan. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. "I am my nose." However, he also quickly noticed that his nose seemed to be broken. "My teeth. Wait, I'm not wearing clothes?" After realizing everything about his body, The extinguished anger in Duan Wuhan's heart immediately erupted like a volcano, and it was even more vigorous than before. Chapter 37-35. Three Sins Execution. Just as Duan Wuhan was about to rise to the heavens, he was trampled down, even into the latrine, causing his infamy to spread far and wide. Lin Ling, don't you think you owe me an explanation for robbing the execution ground? But at this time, E-City's Castellan also spoke. Robbing the execution ground? Everyone was shocked. Of course they knew about this matter, but they never thought that the culprit was Lin Ling. And in the final world, robbing the execution ground is not a small matter, as the Castellan has the power to kill. If all of this is true, then Lin Ling is going to die? In just a short moment, many people secretly laughed, looking forward to the moment when Lin Ling is beheaded. Especially the people of E-Garden, they are looking forward to it the most. Because Lin Ling has already made himself the host today, causing their E-Garden to lose a lot of dignity. Castellan E, this must be a misunderstanding. Wind Snow Academy's principal and the others' faces changed greatly, then the principal immediately spoke. This is not a small matter, Castellan E, don't slander others. Don't think that just because we are the last ranked academy, we are easy to bully. Principal Lu also spoke up for Lin Ling. Don't worry, I have always been a reasonable person. Since I dared to come here, I naturally have witnesses and material evidence. E-City's Castellan said indifferently. Seeing this, the principal and the others were even more worried. They have naturally heard of E-City's Castellan. This person is a righteous person, he won't do petty things. Therefore, since he appeared, there is an 80% chance that Lin Ling really did rob the execution ground. Lin Ling is the fourth leader of the God-Slaying Alliance. The people who were beheaded were Yang Yao and Imogen Zi. They are also the leaders of the God-Slaying Alliance, so Lin Ling definitely has the motive to save them. E-City's Castellan said again. Hearing this, the principal and the others' hearts exploded as they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling's face was still calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Haha, Castellan E, let me say it. At this time, Duan Wuhan had also recovered 10% of his injuries and could already walk. It had to be said that this person was indeed despicable. Just a moment ago he had been disgraced like a stray dog. Now that he saw that Lin Ling was about to face a disaster, he immediately became complacent. Lin Ling, I've already said that my evaluation of you is lower. Duan Wuhan clasped his hands behind his back and faintly said, I originally thought that you were more powerful, but in the end, you're still the heavenly net. Perhaps you're still confused. Then let me tell you what kind of heinous crime you've committed. Duan Wuhan thought of himself as E-City's city lord, which made E-City's city lord somewhat unhappy. However, since the Duan lineage martial god was present, he didn't say anything. Young Master Yao and Prince Imogen are both cruel and cold-blooded. They slaughtered everyone in Duke Lu's mansion, which angered both man and god. They were beheaded, but you went to save them. It seems that you had something to do with the massacre of Duke Lu's mansion. Duan Wuhan first put a big hat on Lin Ling and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and didn't speak. Let this guy be proud first. However, the dean was dissatisfied. You said that Lin Ling and the others went to kill Duke Lu's mansion. As far as I know, the strength of Duke Lu's mansion in E-City is not weak. Can Lin Ling and the others do it? Hehe, the dean still wants to whitewash them. Unfortunately, let me tell you, Lin Ling has a bodyguard who can even defeat a half-step martial god. Duan Wuhan showed an I know everything expression and said, Lin Ling, do you dare to admit it? So what if I do? So what if I don't? Lin Ling didn't admit it, nor did he deny it. You don't have to deny it. The net of heaven grinds slowly but surely. You are so cruel and ruthless, killing loyal people. God only has eyes. You can't escape this crime. Duan Wuhan sneered. Next, I will convict Lin Ling. First, he openly robbed the execution ground, despised the rules of E-City, and provoked the laws of the gods. This is a great disrespect. Moreover, when he robbed the execution ground, he killed Du Qiu and the others. This is openly killing people in E-City. He must be killed. Second, this person saved the murderous young demon master and Imogen Tianzi. This is also the same crime as them. For this crime alone, he can be killed a second time. Third, he and young demon master destroyed the entire Lu family. His methods were ruthless. From the old to the young, no one was left alive. For this crime alone, he can be killed a third time. Lord E, am I right? At the end, Duan Wuhan looked at the Lord of E-City and said. The Lord of E-City's eyes suddenly flashed. He didn't expect Duan Wuhan to be so clear about this matter, but he also nodded. What you said is what I thought. Wow, Lin Ling is dead for sure. Serves him right, serves him right. But Lin Ling destroyed Duke Lu's residence. It's really ferocious. It's a pity. This Lin Ling's strength and potential are so strong, but he made such a big mistake. If it's not a pity, then what is it? On the contrary, Duan Wuhan is very disgusting. I thought he was some kind of master, but it turns out that he's just a villain who hits a man when he's down. So, the people around also talked about it. Some were gloating and some sympathized with Lin Ling. On the other hand, the dean and the others became anxious. They wanted to explain themselves, but it was obviously useless. Therefore, they secretly transmitted their voices to Lin Ling. Let's delay this matter. Just deny it. We have a way to get you out of here. I admit what you said is right. However, as soon as their words fell, Lin Ling had already looked at Lord Yi and nodded. Fuck. This? The two deans were directly dumbfounded. Because as long as Lin Ling refused to admit his guilt, they would delay this matter again and again. But who knew that Lin Ling admitted it and even admitted it directly? Even Lord Yi was very surprised. He asked again, Are you sure? I'm sure. Lin Ling said calmly. What are you waiting for, Lord Yi? Kill him immediately. According to the previous 3 crimes, he should be killed 3 times. The martial ancestor of Duan lineage immediately made a wild sound and laughed loudly. Lin Ling, I really underestimated you. Duan Wuhan's face was also full of disdain. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would not even resist and directly admit his guilt. What a disappointment. Lord Yi looked at Lin Ling calmly and his eyes kept flickering. Finally, he raised his big hand and wanted to let people catch Lin Ling. However, at this time Lin Ling also said, However, I admit that those things are true, but it doesn't mean that I'm guilty. As soon as his words fell, Duan Wuhan was the first to laugh sarcastically. At present, the evidence was conclusive. Lin Ling still had the nerve to say that he was not guilty? Duan Wuhan, why are you laughing so loudly? Who said that you have to kill someone in E-City? What if I don't kill someone? Lin Ling suddenly looked at Duan Wuhan and said jokingly. I'll eat feces on the spot, how about it? Duan Wuhan replied proudly. What a joke. Even he, the #1 genius of the Duan family, killed someone in E-City. That was not a small crime, let alone Lin Ling. Do you think you're the city lord? Or do you think you're the dean? If you are, you may still have this qualification. Duan Wuhan said contemptuously. Sorry, I am indeed the dean. Chapter 37-36. Eat feces on the spot. After he finished speaking, he threw a token to City Lord Yi. Seeing this, Duan Wuhan laughed until his stomach hurt. Do you really think you are the dean? However, at this time, City Lord Yi's shocked voice was like a slap to his face. Snow Wind's supreme token, seeing the token is like seeing the dean. You have the right to kill 10 innocent people. If others provoke you, you can kill them directly. Lin Ling, you killed Du Chou and the others. You are innocent. The voice floated out and the whole city was shocked. Lin Ling was the dean? Even the principal of the Snow Wind Academy thought of this matter and immediately smiled. This guy actually gave the supreme token to Lin Ling. The deans of the major academies were extremely shocked because only they knew what the supreme token represented. Duan Wuhan still looked at Lin Ling in shock. However, Lin Ling said lightly, Eat feces on the spot, I don't want to say anything more. Duan Wuhan immediately did not dare to speak. He was already very embarrassed. If he ate feces, the honor of the Duan family would be lost by him. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. His eyes swept across the entire E-Garden and immediately found that many people had bad intentions towards him. He also realized that many people wanted him, Lin Ling, to die. And most of these people came from E-Garden. You all want me to die. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. Everyone was silent, but the sneer on the corner of their mouth said everything. Unfortunately, I will disappoint you. Lin Ling calmly shook his head. Demon Young Master, touch the Golden Emperor, come out. He knew that Demon Young Master and the others must have come. What? Demon Young Master and the others are here? Crazy. Lin Ling's words instantly caused an uproar. The entire E-City was looking for Demon Young Master and the others. If Demon Young Master and the others appeared, wouldn't it be walking into a trap? Moreover, if Lin Ling called out Demon Young Master and the others, It would prove that Lin Ling was the one who robbed the execution ground. Lin Ling. The principal of the Snow Wind Academy anxiously shouted. However, Lin Ling gave them a reassuring look. Haha, who would have thought that the Great E-City would one day cause a sensation for us? At the corner of the stage, two figures slowly walked out. Halfway through they took off their cloaks. It was young Master Yao and Majin Tianzi. As a result, the entire city exploded. The three leaders of the God Slayer Alliance had finally gathered. Haha, you're walking right into a trap. City Lord Yi, aren't you going to make a move? Execute them on the spot. Duan Wuhan suddenly burst into laughter. Carefree, incomparably carefree. He had finally caught them all in one fell swoop. However, City Lord Yi didn't move. He frowned and looked at Lin Ling because all of this was beyond his understanding. Could it be that there was some secret behind this? City Lord Yi, what are you doing? You didn't kill the murderers when you saw them, could it be that you want to let them go? If that's the case, you can't differentiate between right and wrong. It's fine if you don't want to be the city lord. The Duan lineage martial god also exerted pressure. It was as if he was the city lord, incomparably domineering. This also made City Lord Yi angry in his heart. However, the other party's background was not small, so he endured. I know what to do. I don't need anyone to teach me. When it's time to make a move, I will make a move. I hope you do as you say. If I find out that you let them go for the god's rules, I will definitely make a move. The Duan lineage martial god was still domineering as he coldly snorted. Duan lineage martial god, don't be too full of yourself. Be careful of lifting a stone and smashing your own foot. However, at this time, Lin Ling also opposed him. Who do you think you are to be qualified to speak to me? The Duan lineage martial god laughed contemptuously. Yes, I don't have the qualifications. However, I will say it. If you don't accept it, then come and kill me. If you don't dare to kill me, then you are my son. Lin Ling was not afraid in the slightest. These words undoubtedly angered the Duan lineage martial god. He almost wanted to make a move, but he quickly sneered. Hee, you want to deliberately anger me so that you can drag me down with you before you die. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking has been seen through by me. I will not make a move. I will just watch how you die. Son, you really don't have the guts. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed contemptuously. The word, son, made countless people snicker. The dignified 9 regions' top 10 martial gods were called a son and did not dare to make a move. Perhaps only the Duan family would be so sullen. However, if a son wants me to die, I'm sorry. Son, you are not qualified. Of course, this includes all those trash who want me dead. Lin Ling said again. This sentence provoked countless anger in Yi Garden. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. At the same time, he looked at City Lord Yi. City Lord Yi, you said that I have committed a great crime by robbing the execution ground and should be killed, right? Yes. City Lord Yi nodded. You said that young Demon Master and the others destroyed the Lu family and should be killed, right? Lin Ling asked again. Yes. City Lord Yi nodded again. I admit that I was the one who robbed the execution ground, but there is a premise. What crime did the 3 of us commit? Lin Ling suddenly asked. The audience was stunned. What crime did they commit? Wasn't this an idiot's question? Next, a burst of laughter came out. However, City Lord Yi did not laugh. He said word by word, because you killed Duke Lu's family and slaughtered the whole family. Hearing this, Lin Ling also became aggressive. City Lord, why are you so sure that we killed Duke Lu's family? May I ask if you have seen their bodies? Or did you see us do it ourselves? Or perhaps none of them died? This sentence made City Lord Yi's whole body tremble. He was unable to answer. When Duan Wuhan saw the appearance of City Lord Yi, he sneered. He knew that Lin Ling was trying to find a way to turn the situation around. However, how could he let Lin Ling do as he wished? He said lightly, Lin Ling, do you still want to get away with misleading people? If you didn't kill Duke Lu's family, then you can try calling Duke Lu out. This sentence obviously hit the nail on the head, and it was a fatal blow. However, Lin Ling's next cold words immediately scared him and he didn't dare to speak. If I call out Duke Lu's family, are you going to eat feces on the spot? Eat feces again? Duan Wuhan already had a sense of fear in this regard. Wuhan, are you confident? But at this time, Duan my martial god quietly transmitted his voice, letting Duan Wuhan calm down and nod. Okay, he will eat feces on the spot, how about it? Duan my martial god immediately agreed for Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was trying to get away with it, But how could he let Lin Ling do as he wished? Yes, I will eat feces on the spot. Duan Wuhan was becoming more and more confident. He waved his hand even more boldly. Someone bring me a bucket of feces. If I see Duke Lu's family this time, I will eat it on the spot. Wow! People were shocked. Duan Wuhan was really bold. Even Duan, my martial god, did not expect Duan Wuhan to be so confident. However, he also laughed because this showed Duan Wuhan's confidence even more. He should have arranged everything. Come, young Master Duan, is it enough? At this time, 8 people carried a large bucket of feces. The stench spread far and wide, making many people quietly touch their noses. And 8 people carried it. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.